Hi, Erica. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Oh, I'm too big. Hold on. Hi, hi. I decided to change it up, which took me like 30 minutes. So I'm just like, Tippa, you could do a normal study stream. I'm like, no, I have to be a little bit extra today. Because I'm changing up the formatting of the study stream. But welcome, Erica. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Thank you for joining me for the most impromptu study stream. I apologize. I told myself yesterday, I was like, hey, I'm gonna wake up pretty early and everything will be okay. Yeah, no, that didn't work out. I think I woke up at 9. Then I'm like, oh, you know, let me clean up a little bit. Let me clean myself a little bit as well. Sit down, be like nice, refresh, relax. Maybe I just needed like a better mindset to go into studying, because I tried studying yesterday by myself and I only got like 18 slides into like 112 PowerPoint or 112 slide PowerPoint. So I am not mentally strong right now. But I'm like, oh, if I do like these new things, then I spice it up a little bit. Maybe I can focus a little bit more. Thankfully, I was able to write some notes. Thankfully. So definitely we'll review some of that, and then we'll go into the actual studying portion. So the reason why this is a little bit different is because I am going to pretty much just be note-taking. I won't share my screen. I'll just have a giant timer. I will be a glorified Pomodoro timer, basically. So please do forgive me. I will, if anything does need to be like actively addressed, I will say it in chat. I will type it up, but I probably won't talk. we're gonna try this for 45 minutes. So 45 minutes is 45 minutes studying, 15-minute break. The issue with that is that I said I was gonna stream Yakuza at 4. So this is gonna be maybe roughly a 3-hour stream. Maybe a little bit cutting close. Maybe I'll have a 45-minute break or 30-minute break just to eat some lunch and then be away from my computer just for a little bit because I'm like, oh gosh darn it. But yeah. Thank you everyone for joining for the impromptu stream. We'll kind of see how that formatting goes and all that jazz. I've seen Andrew do it and I'm just like, okay, if it works for them, it can work for me. Plus I actually gotta get some notes down. I feel like an absolute babbling like buffoon if I'm just like typing up my notes and I'm like, yeah Cubs, don't you know this? And it's also like my first time seeing it, so I'm like, blah. But yeah, today we're going to be studying some neuroscience, but before we get into any of that, let me say my hellos. Let me find my water and then we'll get into it, okay? We'll do the review first and then you'll see the giant timer and then we'll do Pomodoro, okay? But yeah. Hi Zach, hi, let's go, we're going. I'm so going. I'm super excited. Neuroscience at the beginning is kind of bland, but to see like, yeah, when you're an embryo, see how your spinal cord develops, and it's like, wow, amazing. Hi Emily, hi, yippee. This is your stuff. Aren't you excited? Wow. Hi Sarah, hi, welcome, hi. I'm so glad to be streaming a little bit earlier for anyone not in the US. Hi Nidia, hi, welcome. I hope you've been doing super well. I've been seeing your comics, they're actually like super cute. Welcome. Hi Burgos, hi as well. Welcome. Kai says Hawthorne, what experiment are you a part of? None. Or a social experiment to see if I can get my work done. If I can get past 13 notes, 13 slides, and I can double that somehow, and by the end of this I can get past 13 more slides, that's a very successful experiment in my book. So for the Hawthorne effect, I mentioned it in passing multiple times, but basically it's the idea or the concept that if something's being observed, it would behave differently. Kind of like, I think my famous example, or there's two really silly examples that can be commonly applied, where it's like, oh, you're working, your boss is looking at you. You can't really slack off because it's like, oh shoot, the boss. So you'll work harder, or at least pretend to be working. And like when you're in the library or something and you want to go study, well, you see all these other people studying, don't you feel inspired? So hopefully something like that happens. Normally I do that with my regular study streams, but this time again I just haven't been able to get the concepts down. I think I'm still, what do you call it, first week of Bearcat school is always really wacky for me because I don't know what classes to like focus on, you know? I'm like, oh, imaging looks really important, but turns out imaging is probably like the least of my worries. I took so much time studying imaging and it's just like, the guy's like, yeah, it's like an easy A. And I'm like, oh, okay, I guess I won't put that much time in. Like I will, but I won't. Neuroscience is definitely the hardest one. I have another class called movement science, which I didn't really talk about, but we'll talk about maybe in the upcoming weeks, because it looks like week 1 and week 2 are a lot of like concepts from the last class, because this is like the second part of that class, and a lot of it's just reintroduction of like, hey, make sure to treat your patient like a person and not just their diagnosis. And it's like, wow, amazing. And I have this other class, biophysical agents, which is basically like, ooh, how to position a patient, how to apply a hot pack. Hey, if a person is not having sensation in a certain area, would you still put a hot pack on them? No, you absolute buffoon. What if it's too hot and they burn themselves, especially the elderly? Heck that. So hopefully today will be super successful, at least in my book. I mean, even if I have to do more studying over the weekend, I really don't mind. It's just yesterday was a complete like fail in my book. Hi Bells, by the way. Hi, welcome. Tip a smart tea day. Yes, super smart tea day. Hi, Sunny. Hi. Welcome. Hi, Tips. Let me send you my brain cells for the studying tree. Thank you. We're gonna actually talk about how the brain is formed and all those other cool disorders. I know we talked about neuroscience, maybe like roughly a year ago, but yeah, I have to retake my classes again. So thankfully, some of this is review, but still, it's kind of like putting the names to things. Because if you told me what the heck was I forgot the name of it, but you'll see it. There's a lot of wacky names this stream, so yeah. But thank you. I will take all the brain cells right now. I need them. Neuroscience, let's go! Not rocket science, only brain science, let's go! Hi, Robo. Hi. Welcome. Source is stunning. Good luck with that. Thanks. I really need. My favorite topic, neuro. I think neuro's so interesting, but again, because we're going through like the very basics of it, my brain's like, dies. I mean, still really interesting, the basics of it, but gosh darn it, my brain is like not interested. I like to see all the like wacky disorders and all like, hey, guess what? If this nerve is cut off, this is what happens. Oh, this person's paralyzed, this is what happens. Hey, if their spinal cord doesn't develop, look, half their head is missing. Yay! Like super kind of scary stuff like that, to be honest. I think that's really interesting. I think that kind of goes with me for anything though. I don't want to learn the foundation, which sounds awful. Foundation's really important and I do want to learn it, but definitely learning about like certain conditions are definitely way more interesting in my book. Yeah. Zach says, when I see Tip study, I feel inspired to continue and not finish college. Wait, not finish college? I hope the study would help you inspire to finish college if that's what you want to do. Annie says, it's funny you say that, but people will do it if not instructed to do so. Yeah, people are unaware, unfortunately. That's why knowledge is power. Wow. Hi Lim, Uga Buga, hi, and hi Rip, hi. Hello, I just got home from work, made it in time, let's go, gamer. Hi Rip, hi. Oh my goodness, let me politely give both you and a Faust a shout out. One moment. Da. Oh, I didn't even do it. I didn't even do it right. Panic. But yeah. Lim says brain surgery is easy. Huh? There's only the one brain. How complicated could it be? But did you know the brain is divided into 3 parts: the forebrain, midbrain, and hindbrain, and that there's different components, and that each area is like designated to certain things like memory and blah, blah, blah. We're not there quite yet. Yeah, like just put the brain out and put a new one. Oh yeah, no, for sure. It's only one brain. Don't we? Isn't there? Let me see. Wasn't there like a surgery recently that was like really crazy? I felt like it had something to do with the brain. Like, oh, guy gets a new brain. But I think I'm misremembering. Maybe it was like a pig's heart or something. I don't know. some bodily function for some body part. Did you ever see the theory that there may be 2 consciousness in your brain? No. Saying I have multi-personality disorder. Are you telling me the cartoons were right with the angel on my shoulder and the devil on my shoulder? It's spooky, it sounds spooky. I feel like I am just me, but apparently I'm not, so. That's okay though. Here comes. I'm so sorry. Give me as I go. Nice. Okay, I'm back. So let's get started. Let me actually take one quick sip of water, and then we're gonna talk about the 13 slides that I got through, whatever notes I took. So sip. Oh, wrong end. Okay, let's get started. So, like I said, we're gonna be studying neuroanatomy overview. So I don't know necessarily where I got. I think I only got to the first 2 parts, which is really, really unfortunate. So far I were able to describe the components of the nervous system, and I'm still in the process of defining the 5 stages of neuroembryology and explain why pathology exists in certain stages. So we're going to talk about anencephaly, which is basically when babies develop with basically their head is not developed, so half their head is present, and most of them don't really make it. I think the oldest one was like 2. I might be putting out fake news, but he was much older. I don't know if he's still alive though. I haven't really followed up with that. And we could talk about other things that you may be more familiar with, like spina bifida, and that's the whole like. We'll talk about it later. But basically, if you ever see people with like a sack, well, it doesn't have to be a sack, and we'll talk about that later. But like a sack on the like right end of their back towards like the end of their spinal cord, we'll explain why that happens too, okay? So we'll do a little baby introduction. Let me know if this is too small, by the way. I apologize. How I have the formatting of the stream is the slide cannot go behind me, unfortunately. But yeah. So introduction, ta-da! So pretty much we just need to know the main parts of our human nervous system. So we talked about the central nervous system, which again is going to compose of your brain and your spinal cord, and we talked about the peripheral nervous system, which is basically everything else. So your cranial nerves and ganglia, remember that to touch and feel very green veggies or whatever wacky mnemonic, excuse me, you want to know, or however you learn the cranial nerves. We also have the spinal nerves and the dorsal root ganglion. We have the sympathetic and parasympathetic nerves and ganglion. So sympathetic and parasympathetic are going to refer to again, sympathetic being that fight or flight, and that parasympathetic being that rest and digest. And we're also going to talk about the enteric nervous system as being a part of the peripheral nervous system. So what are the 5 stages of the embryological development? So what does that mean? So when you're a baby, but not even a baby yet, you're a concept, and then you're developing as an embryo, you're gonna have these 5 different stages. You're gonna have neurulation, which is going to be the formation of the neural crest and the neural tube, which we'll talk about more in detail. These aren't just fancy words that I'm throwing at you. This is just going to be the overview of the 5 that we'll talk about. So neurulation is the first one. Then we're going to have cell proliferation within that neural tube. Our third step is going to be the migration and aggregation of cells with definitive locations. Our fourth one is going to be the formation of axonal and dendritic processes, and the fifth one is going to be synaptogenesis, which is going to be the connection between nerve cells and muscle cells. So a lot of fancy words, I agree. But let us talk about this in a breakthrough. So I only got to the first 2 portions, the neurulation and cell proliferation, and then that's when I'll stop. I'll put the Pomodoro timer, and then we'll take notes, and then I hopefully take up the full 45 minutes. I'll take that 15-minute break, and when we come back, we'll review what I had just wrote about. Fingers crossed. So our step 1 is going to be neurulation. So again, that's going to be the formation of, what did we say, the neural crest and the neural tube? Yeah. So for stage 1, by day 14, as an embryo, or also referred to as the gastrula, it's going to begin the process of gastrulation. And gastrulation, or gastrulation, I don't know where the Z or S is coming from, heck. It's going to create 3 cellular layers or building blocks of our nervous system. So this is us just getting that nervous system in place, and this is again going to include the central nervous system that we just talked about, in the peripheral nervous system. So these are the 3 layers. So we have the ectoderm, which is going to be the most outer layer, which this picture is so tiny, I apologize, but it's in green on that top layer. This is where the entire nervous system is going to derive from. We have the mesoderm, which is going to be that middle in between, and then for our third one we have the endoderm, which is going to be the most inner layer. So that's all by day 14, which is crazy. Day 21, and if the neurulation process is measuring less than 4 millimeters, we're going to begin with the presence of the mesodermal structure called the notochord. So the notochord is going to be everything. It's going to include the overlaying dorsal medial ectoderm, so what we just talked about here, the most outer layer, to differentiate or turn into this thing called the neuroectoderm. So the neuroectoderm is actually going to be thicker than the general ectoderm, And because the thickness, it's going to also be referred to as the neural plate. So the neural plate, now this is where it's like, this can be called this word, this can be called that. Blah. So the neural ectoderm, again, it's going to turn into the neural plate, and the neural plate can be also referred to as the neural folds. These folds are going to elevate, and they're going to create a depression between them. And when they do, it's going to form a neural groove. So this groove is going to fuse, like the edges are going to fuse, and it's going to make like a tube shape. And that tube shape we're going to refer to as the neural tube. And then the neural tube is going to develop into the entire central nervous system. So remember, central nervous system is just our brain and spinal cord. I say just, but that's like the most important part, right? Well, it's just the central nervous system. But yeah, that tube is going to develop the entirety of that, with its cavity becoming the ventricular system. And when we reference the ventricular system, we're talking about what's within our brain. It's going to be the system that allows us to provide support to the surrounding tissues with CSF. CSF is just going to be the abbreviation for cerebral spinal fluids, which is going to be produced in the choroidal plexus tissues, and it's going to line many of the ventricles that you're going to see within the brain. We're not really talking about brain anatomy quite yet, but we'll refer to this in a little bit. The yummy juice? Yum, 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 yum. Just crack open a cold one with your boys and it's just CSF fluid. But yeah, these are pictures of basically how it's going to look like. So let's see if we can reference this in regards with the pictures. Again, I'm so sorry, they are tiny. It's just how I have everything right now. So we talked about, again, the tree structures right here, so you can see it maybe a little bit better. Again, I apologize. So our outermost layer, again, ectoderm, in between, mesoderm, and then the deepest layer is going to be the endoderm. So again, ectoderm is going to be where the entire nervous system is going to be derived from, because remember, that ectoderm is going to turn to the neural plate, which is going to elevate and create a depression. So you see the neural plate right here? Then look, it makes a depression, and that depression is called the neural groove. Now the edges are going to round out, and then it's going to become that neural tube. And then what's going to happen there is that neural tube is going to form our central nervous system. Da-da! Hi Tamikai, hi, welcome. Neuronutrients? the brain power. Here's another picture, by the way, of the tubes. So you see the groove, the edges are forming, then we have our neural tube right here. Da-da! Okay, back to here. So by day 28, so again, we got to day 14, we got to day 21, and a week later, by day 28, this is again when the neural groove is going to fuse and we're going to have that neural tube. At the time of fusion, there's a differentiation of cells, and that's going to be referred to as the neural crest cells. So you can actually see them right here, these black dots. So what's going to happen is that, hey, we covered the central nervous system, but what about the peripheral nervous system? That's where the neural crest cells are going to come in. The neural crest cells are going to develop into most of our peripheral nervous system. So anything basically not the brain and spinal cord. So we talked about the cranial nerves. We talked about the enteric system. We talked about, what else did we talk about? Spinal nerves, the dorsal root ganglion, all that other jazz. Oh wait, they're right here. Anyway, so the neural crest is going to develop and represent our dorsal root ganglion, which are going to be basically our messengers are going to help relay any sensory nerve impulses. So any like sensation of touch, if it's hot or cold, is it rough or is it smooth, etc., etc. Oh yeah, I got you. I'm sorry. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate ya. Alright, let me know if that's good though. Alright, and so then again, from there, neural crest cells are also going to help develop the cranial nerve ganglion. So ganglion are like these rounded structures that we'll hopefully talk about a little bit more later. And they're going to be located at the trigeminal, facial, glossopharyngeal, and the vagus. So we talked about cranial nerves a little bit when we had our gross anatomy course. Remember, trigeminal has the word tri, so it branches out into those three cranial nerves that go to our face. which I'm trying to remember from the best of my abilities. I know it's like mandible, maxillary, but why can't I remember the third one? Ah, how sad. Hold on. Trigeminal nerve branches. What is the top one called again? Ophthalmic. Oh my gosh. So let me see if I can copy and paste the photo. Not that this is like big, but just letting you know, the ganglion is going to be here, and it's going to help with the trigeminal, and again the trigeminal, meaning 3, and then we have the green right here, ophthalmic, which is going here, maxillary, which is going here, and mandible, well, going to your jaw, and it's going to be down here. Okay. We also have the glossopharyngeal, so that's mouth, throat. And then we have the vagus one, which is the only cranial nerve that gets the only cranial nerve that goes past, right? Like the brain, it exits out. It's the big player. Vagus kind of does a lot of stuff. No! Sorry, gross anatomy was like 2 semesters ago, so you have to forgive me with my knowledge. Alright, so the vagus nerve is going to be responsible for the regulation of internal organ functions. That's why it's super, super important. It's going to be for digestion, heart rate, respiratory rate, as well as vasomotor activities and certain reflexes such as coughing, sneezing, swallowing, and vomiting. Amazing. Alright. So, with that, we can also talk about the autonomic ganglion, which again is going to be the sympathetic and parasympathetic. Again, sympathetic being fight or flight, parasympathetic being that rest and digest. And also Schwann cells. So Schwann cells are unique to the peripheral nervous system, and this is going to be the main glia cell of that system. They're going to wrap around the axons of both motor and sensory neurons to help form the myelin sheet. And remember, that's going to help with better conduction, etc., within that system. Wow. Okay. So here you go. Here's another picture of the neural tube forming at day 28. And so what's going to happen is that closure of the neural groove begins first in the thoracic region, and it's going to move not casually, caudally, and somewhere later cranially. Huh? Not casually. How do you spell caudally? No. Oh, this is correct. Ignore. So caudally is going to refer to like your tailbone. This is not a fake word, I promise. It's real. It's real. And cranially is going to refer to, well, your cranial, your brain. It's going to refer to up. So your thoracic, think again. Thoracic region is where your ribs are, right? So the closure of the neural groove is going to begin first in the thoracic, and then it's going to move down, and then it's going to move somewhat later up. So what happens is that this neural tube is going to take approximately 1 week to form, which is absolutely crazy. And as it closes, it's going to separate from that overlying ectoderm that we talked about earlier. And the ends are going to remain open for about 2 weeks. And it's going to be called, or be referenced to, as the anterior and posterior neural pores. Hi, Matt. Hi. Welcome. 2 years? Oh, somehow I don't feel forever 17 anymore. Thank you, Matt, for the support of 2 years, 26 days, and 19 hours. Can we make it to 20 hours? Let's go. Hi. So we'll reference this in a little bit later as we move on to talk about the defects in neurulation. So yeah, that's cool and fine about the neural tube forming, but what happens if we don't have the neural tube form as expected? Well, if it's not as expected, then you're going to have some kind of abnormality, or you're going to have a defect, and we'll talk about that in just a moment as I guess, Matt's guess what? Please tell me you either A, got the surgery that you needed, B, that you feel way better from your previous injuries, or C, you're just having a good day. What am I guessing? Sorry, for any of the newcomers, Matt. Wait, I haven't broken any bones this time. Let's go! I'm so happy. You're gonna give me such good business if you're ever in Bearcat Mountain, but gosh darn it. I'm glad. I hope your current injuries are doing also really better. But I'm proud of you. I'm proud, and relieved. Very relieved. Oh my hecking goodness. Nice to see you, like I said. So, let's talk about the defects, okay? So, failure of the posterior neural pore to close, so posterior meaning your back, what's gonna happen is that it's gonna form a pathology known as spina bifida. Also known as spinal... I'm not gonna actually say that word, I don't know what I tried. There are 4 categories of spina bifida, so we'll talk about it, and then I have some images as well to kind of go along with it, so it's not just random words. If I do, you will learn to hate me. It's okay. Hate is a very strong word. It's okay. I will not hate you. Maybe strongly dislike, but I will not hate. Anyway. So if the posterior neural pore doesn't close, what happens is that we can have 4 different types of spina bifida. So we can have spina bifida occulta. So, occulta sounds magical, right? Well, occulta is going to refer to... I don't know why the notes say this, but occulta basically means hidden, and I'll show you more in the picture. But in the notes it basically says primarily a bone defect with no neural involvement. So we'll look at that in a little bit later and re-explain it. Tasso, hi! Welcome! Hold on, Tasso, let me give you a shout out. One moment. Hi! How are you? Are you becoming a neurosurgeon? Gosh, no. Every time I tag you, you're playing Super Mario Maker, but every time I'm in your stream, you're not playing Super Mario Maker. It's okay, I'll catch you one time. I'll catch you next time. Tip, is your model shaded differently today, or am I tripping? No, I have mood lighting. Can't you tell? Can't you tell? Wow, look, the camera kind of follows me a little bit. Wow, Tipa, wow, it's like we're like slow dancing. Dun 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 dun. So cinematic, thank you. I thought I'd change it up a little bit. I promise it'll be more cinematic when I don't have like my notes right here. But it is what it is. I can, I'm not tripping, absolutely no problem. Shoots? Yes! I'm so grateful for shoots. I'm so grateful. Here, do you want me to ruin the magic? I could show it off if you want. I swear I play other stuff. I know you do, and I catch you. And I think I've only caught you playing one game, and I do remember the game, but do they refer to it as like isometric? Yeah. Those top-down isometric games? Yeah, I normally look for those. I don't remember the name. I'm a big fan. I'm so sorry. So cinematic it is. I love this thing. I just can't. I like using layers in my OBS, so this is why I don't really use it very often, but I want to use it for like multiple silly projects. I actually use Shoots, if that's how you pronounce it. I'm so sorry. For the recent silly VTuber music video. I was praying. There are billions. Yes. That is the name. I'm so sorry. Isometric games is my whole life. Then you have to check out There Are Billions, because there are billions of isometric. No, I'm just kidding. Anyway, but yeah, no, I'm not becoming a neurosurgeon. I'm studying humans. And so with humans, I have to learn a little bit about neuroscience as well, because that can affect how they move and this and that, and then that's why it's really important, and I'm a movement specialist. Boo. But yeah, we're talking about spina bifida. Yay. Well, let's see. Maybe it is just best to show you Cubs pictures, because gosh darn it. No, my layout. No! Okay, I can just have it slightly overlapping, it's okay. So like we said, spina bifida occulta is going to be hidden, so pretty much this is primarily a bone defect, as you see here. And there's no neural involvement, so basically this can stay hidden for a long time until like the actual testing is there. I don't think it really affects the individual that much, but it's still a defect in neurulation. We also have how to say meningeal cell? Seal?
Meningocele.
Meningocele. So what's gonna happen is that's the really common one when we've referred to or like talk about spina bifida. What's gonna happen with spina bifida or this type of spina bifida is that there's gonna be a sac protruding from the spinal cord, and that's gonna Peace is meowing. I'm sorry, baby. Hold on. And that's gonna contain the oh my goodness, the meningeals, and that's gonna be again the thing that's gonna help cover and protect the brain and spinal cord. Then we have I can't say these names. Pronunciation.
Myelocele.
Myelocele? Oh heck. So for myelocele, what's going to happen is that this is a spinal cord protrusion, but there's no skin over this pocket. So pretty much, I was not able to find a photo. I found this, but I'm still really confused. I think maybe it's too graphic to show or something. But basically, this is like skin over it. This has no skin, so basically your spinal cord is just sticking out into the open, which is horrifying. That's brutal? Yeah, that's why it's really important for your mama to take the appropriate nutrients and make sure that she plays the lotto on having a healthy baby. It's really wacky of how easily something can get No, I forgot I changed my head places! Because I'm supposed to be... Sorry! Thank you for the head pad. Thank you. Oh my goodness, there's another word. How do you say this one?
Myelomeningocele.
Myelomeningocele. For myelomeningocele, that's going to be the same thing with the sac, but the reason why it's different from this one is that because it's going to contain both meningeals and the spinal cord. Is this nutrient related? I feel like I've heard, like, please don't quote me. I can research, but that's why it's always heavily suggested for pregnant women to take folic acid supplements, because I think it decreases the chance for spina bifida. But let me check. Yeah, not having enough folic acid during pregnancy is one of the most important factors that can increase your chances of having a child with spina bifida. Folic acid, also known as vitamin B9, occurs naturally in some foods such as broccoli, peas, and brown rice. It's also added to some foods such as breakfast cereal. Why does folic acid deficiency cause spina bifida? Within the first 28 days of pregnancy, the neural tube, which is responsible for the development of the brain and spine, closes. Am I saying that right? I feel like that's not the right word. Inadequate concentrations of folic acid can prevent closure of the neural tube, which can lead to this neural tube defect. Scary. So scary. The lotto. And you know what's like the worst thing about this too? I feel like I just feel bad because this is within the first 28 days of pregnancy. So imagine the people who are like, I wasn't expecting a kid, you know? Like, oh, I wasn't expecting a kid, but my period's late, you know? That's like so hecked up, because if you're expecting a kid, then you're like, oh my gosh, I could change my life around. But if you're not, and you're still living life to its whatever, then it's just like, oh, the lotto. And then it's even worse for the people, I don't know if there's a condition name for it, but the people who never know they're pregnant throughout the 9 months. And I know that sounds really hard to believe, but I watched like 60-second documents about like a woman who's just like, yeah, I didn't know I was pregnant until I gave birth. And I'm like, what? She didn't change in her stomach or anything like that. And I thought that was absolutely insane. I think her child came out healthy and so everything was okay, but I think it's insane to be like, yeah, I just didn't know. Huh? Super wild. Humans are crazy. That's why I'm a bearcat. At least vitamin B9 can be oversupplied without issue. It's because it's water soluble, so it would just exit out if it's too much. Oh, thank goodness. But some people are really like, have you, like, I'm so sorry, I know this doesn't apply to women, but And this is kind of like a stretch, so please forgive me because I love like, oh, I'll hang on to that one detail. Hey, that reminds me of the Hollow Tempest boys, right? A lot of them in their dislikes are like, I hate veggies. But then you see like this folic acid business where it's like, yeah, this occurs naturally in like broccoli and peas, and it's just like they're not even getting that nutrition. So imagine like the women who are also just like, I hate veggies, and I'm just like, nah. Obviously there's supplements. We're not gonna force you to eat broccoli. You can just take the pill and be like thumbs up emoji. But heck. AD and K cause issues, I think. Excessive AD and K. I'm not that well versed in vitamins. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. But I imagine. You know what was really weird the other day? So someone came up to me when I was working, and they're like, "Hey, do you have any more of these pills?" And I looked at it, and it was red yeast rice pills. I've never seen that in my life. So let me see. Apparently, in Chinese medicine, red yeast rice is used to lower cholesterol, improve blood circulation, and improve digestion. Red yeast contains chemicals that are similar to the prescription statin medications. So I was just really interested because she's like, do you have more of these? And I'm like, I've never seen this in my life, lady. They're fat soluble, so they can accumulate. Oh, boo. Medications are such like a wacky, like super wacky thing to me, and where they can digest is also another thing you need to consider, because I know that was a big issue for another patient, and oh gosh darn it. Robert, if you don't mind me asking, what is your major? You don't have to dox yourself, but I'm curious if you're like within pharmacy, or if you went more medical, or you're just really knowledgeable about vitamins. I'm just curious. Not medicine? Oh no. No. I felt myself get destroyed like the Yu-Gi-Oh cards when they like get their like points to 0. I'm like, not medicine. Ah! Absolutely no hecking worries then. Oh, it's a spooky image. I'm so sorry, Cubs. I have in my notes spooky images. So, let me make it less spooky for you. Unlicensed pharmacist, if you catch my drift. Oh, I see. Absolutely no worries. I respect the grind. Anyway, so you Cubs have heard about Megamind, right? So yeah, he has a Mega Mind because he's super smart, but it turns out this can be an actual condition that people can have. So what happens is that we talked about like the cerebral spinal fluids, right? Oh no, not that word again, Sunny, not that word again. I believe I won't say anything. Anyway, so a condition like Megamind can happen, which sounds absolutely memey, but this is why I'm giving you a 10-second warning in my voice about a kind of a spooky image that's gonna pop up, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So what happens is that, oh, let me fix my formatting. Oh, has that been my formatting the whole time? Yeah, exactly. Anyway, so there's this thing called shunting, or a technique that we do is shunting. And shunting is important and frequently necessary for children with spina bifida because there's a high association with hydrocephalus. And hydrocephalus is going to be that Megamind thing we just talked about. It's going to be an abnormal buildup of fluids in the ventricles, or the cavities that we were just talking about earlier when we were talking about the ventricular system. And so that buildup is going to cause the fluids, and it's going to basically be like you have big brain baby, basically, which is super scary. Now, let's talk about the opposite of big brain baby. Let's talk about small brain baby. So we talked about posterior neuropores. If the failure for that to close leads to spina bifida, what about the anterior neuropores? So this gets a little scary. There's no way I would ever show you an image of this, except I think I did a year ago, but there's actually like a really scary image I looked at, and I'm just like, ugh, because I'm like, that's a dead baby right there. Because it's like, oh yeah, this happened. I'm like, oh god, please don't tell me that. Look, listen, I have history with cadavers and whatnot, but my heart still goes out for dead baby. Anyway, so failure of the anterior neural pores is going to result to anencephaly. So basically what that refers to is portions of the brain do not develop, which usually results in a non-viable fetus. So basically what this means is that, hey, you see on the right, that's like your normal brain. You have your brain stem and your fully developed brain. So babies that have anencephaly, what's going to happen is that their brain stem is not developed. They have an underdeveloped brain, but they have a normally developed skill line. I don't know. But it's just such a weird picture. If you're into that, you can look it up, but I will politely not show you an image. But Topanatic, hi! Wait, you're online at that time? Yes, I am online. Thankfully. If I'm offline, then I'm happy in a schizo episode. Or maybe I'm in a dream again where I think I'm streaming at... Hi, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for 25 hecky months. I appreciate ya. Thank you. I'm so sorry, I don't know why I don't have my alerts on. Hold on. Boo, not having alerts on. Boo. Where are my alerts? Hold on, that's what happens when I try a different thing. Excuse me. Oh, I don't have Streamlabs open. Ah, I'm sorry. Tip is schizophrenic. No, Fair's not. But hi, Fair, by the way. I meant to say hi earlier, but I was like, oh yeah, unlicensed. Alright, does this work? Eh? Oh, I broke it? Hold on. No, I still broke it? There you go. I did it. Yay, it's fixed. I'm so smart. Teehee. But yeah, no, I'm online because I have to go study because my dumb brain said, hey, guess what, Tipa? You need to study. And I'm like, you're right. And then I didn't. So that's why I'm streaming. Anyway, I'm so sorry. Robert says something. Robert says, I had just looked it up because there are sometimes warning about consuming too much of these. Vitamin A can be quite toxic if it's consumed too much. Yeah, too much of something is always kind of a bad thing. Extremities are just bad. So you gotta be super careful. But yeah, let's not talk about half-brain babies and full-head babies. Full-head? Big-brain babies? Let's talk about basically how the brain is going to develop now. So now that we have our peripheral and our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system checked, let's talk about more about the central nervous system. Let's talk about how the brain is going to form. So here are some of the main parts of the human central nervous system in this diagram. So again, our brain is our central nervous system is again our brain and our spinal cord, but our brain can be divided into 3 parts. Let me see if I could get up closer. Our brain is divided into 3 parts. So again, we have our forebrain, our midbrain, and our hindbrain. So the forebrain can be referred to as procephalon. I'm gonna pretend. Which is gonna be further divided into the telecephalon and the diencephalon, where the telecephalon is gonna be creating the cerebral hemispheres, our cerebral cortex, the white matter, the basal ganglion, and the basal forebrain nuclei, which again we'll talk about the anatomy of the brain later. Diencephalon, which is going to form our thalamus, hypothalamus, and epithalamus. Then from the forebrain, we move on to the midbrain. The midbrain is going to be referred to as the mesocephalon, and that's going to form the cerebral peduncles? What? Peduncles? The midbrain tectum and the midbrain tegmentum. And then we have our hindbrain, which is also going to be referred to as the rhombencephalon, which is going to be further divided into the metencephalon, which is going to create the pons and the cerebrum, while also creating the second part called myelocephalon, which is going to form the medulla of our brain. So let me back it up a little bit. So pretty much during the embryological development, the central nervous system arises from a sheet or ectoderm cells that are going to fold over to form the neural tube. So again, this neural tube is going to help form our brain, because what's happening is that it's going to form several swellings and outpouchings in the head that are eventually going to develop into the brain, develop into the brain. Hold the part? What the heck did I write? Hold the part of the tube running down the back. It develops the brain and spinal cord. Done. So here are some of the formations, the major brain vesicles from the neural tube. So what's going to happen is that, let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. So formation of the major brain vesicles from the neural tube. So the cranial end of the neural tube expands quicker than the caudal end. So again, our brain is going to develop much faster than what we're going to have at our tailbone end. So there's 3 prominent swellings that become apparent at the cranial end. So these are again called the forebrain, midbrain, and hindbrain. And then these 3 primary vesicles are going to become 5 secondary vesicles. And those are the names that we kind of just talked about earlier. These are color coded just to say, hey, the forebrain does this with these. This blue represents this blue, and these green represent this green. I don't know why. The image is formatted a little bit different, but it's whatever. So the forebrain is going to have the 2 parts, the middle part, the midbrain is going to have 1 part, and then the hindbrain is going to have the 2 parts, and that's going to become more and more. Look, it looks like that one guy from Smiling Friends. But yeah, this is an embryo, and this is basically explaining how the neural tube is again going to help form our spinal cord, and then the outpouchings that are going to happen, and then it's going to be our brain. So easy. So what's going to happen here is that the imbalance between the rate of embryo expansion and the available space results in the development of flexures. So what does this mean? It means, hey, brain too big for body, brain too big for embryo, brain big. What are we going to do? How are we going to make sure that we have enough space? So what happens is that though we are going to continue to grow and our brain's going to grow much faster, there's going to be this thing called development of flexures that are going to occur. And flexures are going to refer to like the turn, the bend, or the fold in the brain. And we have 2 primary flexures that are going to be responsible for the perpendicular arrangement of the hemispheres in the brain. But we have 3 flexures in total. So here's our brain. So our first flexure is going to develop into the cephalic flexure, which is going to mark the division between the brain and the brain stem. Brain, brainstem, brain, brainstem. Our second flexure is going to be the cervical flexure, which is going to be the junction of the spinal cord to the brain. And then our third flexure is going to be the pontine flexure, in reference to the pons in our brain, which is going to be found on the dorsum, and it's going to be the future site of our cerebellum, which you can actually see right here. Ta-da! So, apologies in advance. The next thing is talking about spinal cord and stuff, and I, for the life of me, was not able to find a drawing of the phylum terminale. So, but I mean, if you've never seen a cadaver, I mean, this isn't like a scary image, but if you don't want to see it, 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Alright. And it looks modelly enough, but that is a spinal cord. So the development of the spinal cord shows initially the spinal cord extending to the medulla or at the end of the embryonic tail. However, the vertebral column grows at a much faster rate than the spinal cord. So what that means is that our spine is going to grow much faster than our actual cord. So what's going to happen is that the spinal cord at birth is going to end around the L3 level, or the third lumbar vertebrae level, while in adults, again, because we're still continuously growing at that time period from a child to an adult, the spinal cord is probably going to end around the level of L2. So the progression elongation is going to be referred to the quadrate equina. So it's actually really cool. Quadrate equina refers to right? I think the direct translation is like horsetail. And that's going to refer to the nerve roots at the end of the spinal cord, which is also going to help provide sensory innervation to the saddle area. So we have the quadrate equina, or horsetail, and then we have this particular spiky thing right here, which I'm so sorry. It might be a little hard to see, but it's that thing in the middle called the filum terminale. That's going to be an extension of the pia mater that's going to extend from the terminal end of the spinal cord to the tailbone. And pia mater we'll talk about later because we have pia mater, I forgot the other matter, and then arachnoid matter in the brain, but hopefully we'll talk about that soon. And so the developing brain has 3 main divisions. And again, that's the forebrain, the procephalon, the midbrain or the mesocephalon, and the hindbrain, which is the rhombencephalon. And I think that's oh, thank goodness, I kind of okay, I'm approaching the end. I didn't organize these notes though, so I feel a little bad. This is where I gave up. Anyway, I will actually take a small stop there. I'll take a small break and then I will let you cubs know about this. So let me see. Go! No! Fireplum, hi! Hi! Getting a bit sparse towards the end, maybe. Fireplum, thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub for 4. Hakimas, I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, but yeah, so we're at cell proliferation now. So remember, we talked about the 5 stages, right? And that was only stage 1. So now we're on stage 2. And we'll talk a little bit more about that once I get more set notes. But this is how this stream is going to be a little bit different, okay? Let me reorganize this and that and this and that. So, ta-da! Sorry, I moved myself. Wait, here, right? Yeah. And so, what I was going to do basically is that I was going to basically be a glorified Pomodoro timer where basically I just sit for 45 minutes, hopefully getting to wherever the heck I need. And then hopefully maybe in the last 15 minutes of my Pomodoro, I'll come back and be like, hey, let's talk about this. Then I take my little baby break, which I put for 15 minutes, but I might do it for 10 because again, I do stream at 4 o'clock and I do want to get as much as I can done. Yeah? I'll definitely put the music louder. I'll definitely still be typing in chat and everything like that. But yeah. But we are an hour into the stream, so woo. They said I could become anything, so I became a Pomodoro timer. Let's go! Dreams do come true. Let's go! They did. But I think this is cute. I really like the scene. I don't know. I like the warm lighting. POV, I stayed after class and you stayed with me because you felt bad. So, yeah. I think it'd be interesting. I would have you cubs watch what I type, but I don't know how interesting that is. You can see what I type and you could be like, oh, Tippa is working. But I don't know. It does not affect me in any like negative way for you to see what I type. It's just I feel bad. But yeah, let me politely BRB. Let me hydrate, take a little stand break, and then we'll get straight into the Pomodoro. Okay? Sounds like a Tippa working. Sounds a Tippa working works too. Let's go! Tappa. ASMR time. Tappa. I will try my best. I do a quick little waffle. Wah. Okay, I BRB. Wah. BRB.
私はここにいるから曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた不条理な傷つって舐めてあげるから星の夜にね
Okay. I'm back. Life is good. I pet my cat who just wants to play, and I'm like, I'm so sorry, baby. I have to swim. So, I will politely play music out loud. I will increase the volume, and I will see you guys on the other side. I promise I'll be back. I'll be back. But no, let me focus studying then. Heck. Alright. Good luck. Cries, sobs. See me in 45 minutes. Thank you. Good luck to anyone else who's doing other wacky things. I appreciate ya. Alright, Pomodoro time tip. Let's go. Badum. Hello? Okay, Cubs. I am politely going to take a quick, few minute break. I know I said I was gonna spend 30 minutes and then doing 15 minutes review, but I got on this hype about writing notes, and I wrote 10 pages of notes that we can definitely wanted to, go over. So we can definitely do that. Let me just politely, blah, BRB. And then we can go over the 10 pages, and then we basically rinse and repeat. I'll write more pages, and then we'll definitely go ahead and review, okay? That scared you? I know, the sound scared me too. I thought I'd change it to something more friendly, you know? Like, is there a more friendly ring? Hold on, let me see, one moment. I could change it to some birds. That's friendly enough. Alright, I'll politely BRB, we'll do a raffle, and then we'll go over what we basically went. Stream is basically 15-minute review phase. Hopefully I can review it in 15 minutes, but my dumb booty talks a lot sometimes. I didn't know how hard it was not to talk because I feel like it's rude if I don't respond back. So I wanted to be like, oh yeah, hi! Thank you so very much for the follow. And then I'm just like... But yeah, we'll definitely try, but let me... BRB. We shall refrain from staring, or maybe not. Again, the stares are motivating. It's like, oh, they expect me to do something. Starts juggling. They also juggling. Has a scarring experience. No, seriously, when I come back, we'll go over stage 3. I got to stage 4, and I think I got to stage 5. So we're almost done with this section. So I'm actually really excited. There's still a lot for stage 5 that I still have to write about, so bleh. Bleh, bleh, bleh. Alright, I'll set up the raffle. BRB! Okay, I'm back. Life is good, I think, I hope. Let me know if the music is still a little too loud or a little too low. Definitely didn't want to keep it in the background though. But yes, welcome back, every cub. All the new cubs are here. Welcome, Evan. Thank you so very much for the follow earlier, Ben Boys. Nidhi and Sunny, congratulations on the raffle. Let's go. And Rebel, thank you for gifting us up the keys. I appreciate it. Thank you. Rebel, thank you so very much for the tier 1 sub for Tuho Hekimas. I appreciate you. Thank you. So, wow, that looks sus? No. It's just a tube, my dude. A tube. So for all the new cubs coming in, welcome. So right now we're going to be reviewing about the notes I took in the past 45 minutes. Our topic right now that we're talking about is neuroscience, and we're talking about the development of both your central nervous system, which is your brain and spinal cord, as well as the peripheral nervous system, which is basically everything else. Can I eat cell proliferation? You can try, but I probably wouldn't recommend it. If you had less of it, I couldn't imagine what would happen. Or maybe I can. So, before I went to the 45-minute break, we did a little review, and pretty much this is the 5 steps of how we get there for your nervous system. So we're on stage 2 right now. So we're on cell proliferation within the neural tube. The neural tube is basically a fancy word for development of central nervous system or your spinal cord. So cell proliferation is just going to be that growth that's going to be occurring, and we'll explain how that happens, why is that important, and what happens during that stage. I got to about stage 5. But I think I still need to write more about stage 5, so we'll talk about what I have. I have 10 pages of notes that we'll politely go through. I put all the fancy pictures in there too, so hopefully learning, yay! Let's talk about it, okay? So stage 2, cell proliferation within the neural tube. So this development can be seen within the cross-section of the neural tube, and it's going to start with the appearance of the sulcus limitans, which is going to be a bilateral furrow along the inner surfaces of the neural tube, which is going to divide the tube into a ventral and dorsal portion. So can we see it here? Okay, yes. So sulcus limitans it's going to be right here, pointed right there. Hold on. I can increase the size. It's okay. Me understanding barely anything. Look, if I can explain it to people who don't have a background in this, then I can explain it to anyone. With really the purpose of, hey, do I understand it enough to explain it to someone? Anyway. So, ventral and dorsal sounds very complicated, but ventral just means that this sulcus is dividing to a front half and a back half. So what's going to happen is that the back half, or the dorsal portion, is going to be referred to as the alar plate, which is going to be the future site of sensory neurons and tracts, which is going to be responsible for, again, sensations such as touch, temperature, etc. And can we see it here in this image? No. Okay, maybe in the image below, okay? And the ventral portion is going to be referred to as the basal plate, and this is going to be the future site primarily for motor system development, so our movement. Hey, if you want to flex our biceps, hey, if you wanted to start walking, if we wanted to do any sort of movement, there it goes, in the ventral portion. So then we kind of move down to here. Hold on. Ta-da, 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 kind of. Okay, so following the closure of that neural tube, which is going to form again our spinal cord, there's going to be these cells called neuroepithelial cells, which are going to divide rapidly, leading to the addition of a great number of cells to that tube. Then we're going to have postmeiotic cells that have divided and leave the meiotic cycle, and they're going to start pushing externally. As they push externally, they're going to start forming these layers, and we have 3 layers. We have the ventricle layer, marginal layer, and the mantle layer. These layers are going to differentiate by the process of interkinetic nuclear migration. So these are all really fancy words, but basically cell proliferation is going to start making 3 layers. Basically summary cell proliferation, we got our dorsal and ventral portions, dorsal portion being alar plate, ventral being basal plate, and then what's going to happen is that as the tube continues to close, we're going to have these cells that are going to help make these 3 layers. Wow, kind of. Hi Kia, hi, welcome. Sorry. So the 3 layers are going to be the germinal or epithelium layer, also maybe known as the ventricle layer. The notes started getting really confusing, and I'm like, is there 3 names for this? So this is something I'll definitely talk to my professor about, because I'm like, oh, what do you want from me? But either way, we'll refer to it as the ventricle layer, or even the germinal layer. We could try to interchange the words. This layer is going to be the most innermost layer that's going to become the lining of the central canal and ventricles. And we talked about the ventricular system being that whole bibbidi bobbidi boop in our brain, basically, that's going to help support our brain function with the cerebral spinal fluid, or the CSF. So this layer is also going to help develop the cells, and that these cells are going to develop cilia, which is going to help move the cerebral spinal fluid. And gosh darn it, if my biology is not wrong, cilia is like the tail, right? Please. yeah. Cries starts, or let's see. Cilia, you see like the hair-like projections on the cell? Ta-da! And that's gonna basically help to move it basically. Right? And then we can also see the ventricle layer highlighted in green, and that's gonna be right here, okay? So that's gonna be our innermost layer. So let's go to our middle layer now. We're gonna be going more superficial. So our middle layer can also be referred to as intermediate, or the mantle layer. The mantle layer is important because this is gonna become the gray matter of the spinal cord. This is the gray matter because of the amount of cell bodies that are there, and we'll talk about that a little bit later down the course, most likely. I did find a picture to try to explain the difference between the gray matter and white matter into our brain, and hopefully we get more of a better idea as we will explore that topic, hopefully, past the first week. Yeah, so we bring back the concept of the Socans limited, and that's gonna appear. Socus limitus appears above. Oh no, I was writing notes without understanding. Anyway, it looks like there's pretty much just an above portion and then there's a below portion. So above is going to be our alar plate, which again is going to be responsible for sensory, and below is going to be the basilar plate, which is going to plate, which is going to be in reference to our motor stuff. This is all going to be autonomic relays, so this is going to be happening all automatically. Our outermost layer is going to be the marginal layer, which is going to be, again, outermost, and it's going to process, that contains most of the processes from the cell bodies of the mantle, and that marginal layer is going to become the white matter. So our mantle layers are gray matter, and our marginal layer is going to be the white matter. So here's going to be the little infogram that I kind of got, but So gray matter, which again is coming or is from the mantle layer, that's going to be about 40% of our brain. It contains most of the brain's neuronal cell bodies, and it's going to serve to process information. The gray matter apparently fully develops once a person reaches his or her 20s. So, ooh. So what about white matter? So again, that's coming from our marginal layer, and that's going to make up about 60% of our brain. It's made up of bundles which connect various gray matter areas, and this is going to allow for communication to and from the gray matter areas and between the gray matter and other parts of the body. This is also going to develop throughout the 20s and peaks in middle age. No way. Hi Lane, hi, welcome. The studies stop at 30? Oh, middle age. This is bad when you're forever 17. My brain will fully never develop. Studying is a scam. I'm never gonna learn anything. This is Angel, hi, welcome. So the brain stopping development might be half true? Maybe. Maybe. But this is just one image. We'll see the science and technology as it develops and blah 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 blah. But I feel like this has kind of been set in stone for a while. Working while I was lurking? Honestly, I hope work has been treating you super well. Thank you for the look. I appreciate you. How have you been? I hope you're doing better. Let's go. My brain is also under. No, it's fine. It's fine. We're all still developing. Right? Yeah, don't worry. There's always time to catch up. Look at the brain. So, found other stuff that they wanted me to know that they kind of just put in there. So our neurons are terminal cells, so they will not divide later in life. And basically, if you lose neurons, Wait, sorry. If you lose neurons, which will happen, neurons are going to be lost over time and they're not going to be replaced. Embryonic cell proliferation leads to an estimated 85 billion cells within the central nervous system and is controlled by genetics, hormones, and growth factors, cell-to-cell interaction, and opioids. Okay. Sorry, I'm just reading this just to say it. I cannot go any more in depth to be like, yep, that's what the textbook, that's what the note said. The brain does increase its weight and size. However, there's no addition of neurons, and the brain can increase due to various factors. So this could be the growth of the dendrites, which we'll talk about in stage 3. Growth of axons, which we'll also talk about in a later stage. Vascularization, so basically blood supply. Myelination, which hopefully we'll also talk about when we talk about dendrites and axons, and the development of synapses, which I think actually is stage 4, so we'll talk about that a little bit later. So in the first 2 years of life, the brain is going to double in size, and apparently it takes about approximately 18 years for the brain to double its weight again. So this is about the brain at 25 weeks when you're still developing. It's a peanut. And then here's maybe about 18, so your brain definitely did double. I think so. I'm no doctor, but I like biology. Same. Me trying to figure out what a cilia was again. I see. Brain glowing. Let's go. Sounds like trees growing more branches. Yeah, you can actually say that about the dendrites. I like to think of them as branches, but I think they refer to them as appendages. I'll just... Same. I'll also... So, that's cell proliferation. So we're growing, we got our plates, we got our alar plate, which is again, it's going to be that sensory. We have the basal plate, which is going to be motor. We have our 3 layers, the ventricle, intermediate. Huh? So now, forgive me. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cop Club. Welcome. I love this. I'm glad. Happy tears. Oh my goodness. But yes, the 3 layers. Sorry, vascular, intermediate, which can also be mantle, and then we also have our marginal layers, which again, it's going to be the outermost layer of the brain. Okay. So now let's move on to stage 3. Oops. So stage 3, if stage 2 was proliferation and stage 1 was neurulation, stage 3 is going to be the migration and aggregation of cells within definitive locations. So pretty much we have our cells, the brain is developing, that's cool, but where is everything going? So this stage is basically making sure that things go where they need to go. And if things don't go where they need to go, we get some really interesting defects, which I am very excited to talk about. I'm not as excited to talk about these different kind of migrations. But I am excited to be like, whoa, if these don't migrate in a certain way, you end up with dyslexia. And it's like, how? Great question. Let's learn together, okay? So for stage 3, again, we have the migration of cells within definitive locations. So there's going to be 2 primary patterns for migration of cells. We're either going to have radial migration, or we're going to have tangential migration. Those are our 2 primary patterns, but this is still like a concept that's not fully understood, but to the best of our knowledge, this is kind of what we have so far. So for radial migration, what's going to happen is that that's going to occur from the spinal cord through the telecephalon. We just talked about the telecephalon and in our other review, that's going to be a part of our brain, because remember, the brain is divided into the forebrain, midbrain, and hindbrain. So the forebrain, also known as the procephalon, that's going to be the creation of our hemispheres. You know, when it's like, hey, are you left brain or right brain? The cerebral cortex, white matter, basal ganglion, and the basal forebrain nuclei. Active migration is going to require radioglial cells, which is going to be transient elongated cells that are going to serve as a template for neuroblast migration. Oh, so much. Then we also have let me start bolding stuff. So active migration requires radioglial cells that's going to serve as a template for neuroblast migration. Then we have our postmeiotic neuroblast cells again, and the germinal or the epithelium zone. which was also within that ventricle layer, that first layer, that innermost layer we were just talking about earlier, and that's gonna climb up the glia cells via sorry, chemotaxic adhesion molecules. Understandable. When the neuroblast reaches its destination, the adhesion between the glial cells and the neuroblast is lost. So when the neuroblast reaches its destination, it's lost. The pattern of migration in the neuroblast cells of the cerebellum involves movement of the cells both outward and inward through the marginal zone. I wonder if we can find a TLDR. Is that rude? I love this too. Not even in class, but I'm getting bomb with cool info. I'm glad. Quotation marks. I wonder if there's a TLDR for it. Let's see. The most common form of cell transit is known as radial migration. Upon exiting the cell cycle, immature neurons depart the germinal zone, which lines the ventricles at the inner surface of the neural tube, and migrate radially into the overlying neuropil. What the heck is a neuropil? Heck. Alright, we'll look at that a little bit later. I'll look at a YouTube video to be like, So for our second type of migration pattern that we're gonna have tangential migration, which is gonna occur mostly in structures within the brainstem. So if this is occurring in the spinal cord and interacting with the forebrain, the second migration is gonna be occurring within the brainstem, which is inferior, and it's gonna occur late in the migration process. So the glial cells are gonna run oblique and parallel to the neural tube, so direction, and the neuroblast may use existing axons in addition to the glial cells to reach its destination. They pass from one another tangentially. Online image represents radial neuron migration along a radial glial cell in the cerebral cortex. Different types of migration, one in the spinal cord, one in the brainstem. Got it. Alright, so let's talk about the defects in migration. So I think these are really interesting. This is where I got my focus. So if you have defects in this kind of migration, whether the radial or tangential, you might have dyslexia, you may have smooth brain, you may have small brain, or you may have macrogyria. So let's talk about dyslexia. I feel like a lot of people say, oh my gosh, I have dyslexia. And maybe they do. What happens is that dyslexia is defined as a learning disorder that involves difficulty in reading due to problems identifying speech sounds and learning how they relate to letters or wording, or otherwise known as decoding. Dyslexia is considered a reading disability and pretty much is a result of an individual's differences in areas of the brain that process language, which hopefully we'll get to talk about later. Listencephaly, though, that's smooth brain. when people meme on smooth brain, that's an actual thing. But the issue with smooth brain is that, well, as the memes kind of suggest what's gonna happen with smooth brain is because you don't have those VODs, you don't really have the knowledge in there, and it's just a little underdeveloped. You're gonna have motor and mental slowness, or in the medical word, the retardation. So this is actually, smooth brain is pretty rare. Not everyone has smooth brains. Don't give in to the meme, but it's a rare gene-linked brain malformation characterized by the absence of normal convolutions or folds in the cerebral cortex and an abnormally small head, so that microcephaly. In the usual condition, lissocephaly, in usual condition, children normally have normal sized heads, so you won't really know, but you can also identify that they just have a smaller head than usual. Another defect in migration is going to be microencephaly, which is going to be a small brain, which is also going to result in that like mental slowness. So microencephaly is going to be a condition where a baby's head is much smaller than expected. So I have an image here: baby normal head, baby really small head. It's gonna be my new nickname, baby small head. During pregnancy, a baby's head grows because the baby's brain is getting bigger, but microcephaly can occur because the baby's brain has not developed properly during pregnancy, or it really has just stopped growing after birth, which is going to result in that smaller head size. Baby small head cries. And then our last defect that we're going to have in migration is going to be in the macrogyria, which is gonna be some folding but not normal, and they have less gyri? Heck, I should have started putting the pronunciation thing when I was studying. I was not really able to find a picture of this, but basically I just assumed that, you know how the brain is wrinkly? You don't have as many wrinkles, but then that leads me to be like, well, how's that different than smooth brain? I grabbed the definition, and it basically said that the conditions in which the convolutions of the cerebral cortex are abnormally large, there are fewer sulci than normal, and in some cases the amount of brain substance is somewhat increased. Which I am not really sure. I mean, macro is opposite of micro. Micro is smaller, macro is bigger, but I'm a visual person. I was only able to see like imaging of it, but it didn't really make sense. Boo, first week, I don't understand anything. Anyway, let's talk about something I do understand though. So now from stage 3, about the migration, let's talk about stage 4, which is going to be the formation of axonal and dendritic processes. So this is something where you must, it's not a must, but you may be familiar with your previous science courses, whether you had it in high school or maybe even in your undergrad. So we're going to talk about the formation of basically that axon formation, dendritic formation, and then our further maturation of it. So the notes say basically, once the neuroblast reaches its destination, it begins to develop an axon and a dendritic process. So let's actually do definitions really quick. I'm skipping. So the axon is going to be that long thread-like part right here from the cell body, which are going to conduct the impulses from the cell body to other cells. And the dendrites, kind of similar to what Advent was saying about like sounds like trees growing more branches. That's basically our dendrites. Our dendrites are going to be the branches right here, and it's referred to as like the appendages that are going to be designed to receive communication from other cells. So da-da! So when certain cubs offer me their brain cells, this is what I take basically. Hi Devin, hi, hello, how is you? I is good, how about yourself? I'm politely studying the brain, so don't mind me, but I hope you've been doing super well. Happy Friday. So, Irish good too? Let's go. So, intrinsic to each cell is a genetic material which is triggered by the presence of chemicals. Neurons are going to develop an afferent or a receptor, which is going to be the dendritic process, and an efferent or effector, which is going to be our axon process. So the axon is actually the first to form, and in some neurons, the trailing process of a migrating neuron remains to become its axon. So let's see. Axonal growth develops a special growth cone that serves as a lengthening device and a navigating guide, and the dendrites grow similarly, usually after the axon has reached its destination. Yay! Knowledge! Basically, TLDR. Formation of axonal and dendritic processes. Stage 4. Bam! Get us out of here. No, I'm just kidding. We can't necessarily get out because along with this stage 4 is also going to help us develop the cranial nerves, which we were talking about earlier, and that's super exciting. Tired and energetic though? Oh no. Here, I got you. Take a nap. Take a nap anyway. Close your eyes for 20 minutes. Maybe drink coffee before that. Drink coffee. Go to sleep. Just close your eyes for 20 minutes. Wake up new, refreshed, and still have the same energy. Coffee naps are pretty interesting. It's so early? Oh no, how early is it? Super exciting, isn't it? I like cranial nerves. Cranial nerves are actually really nice. Actually, with the cranial nerves as well, we talk about baby reflexes. 8 p.m. Oh no. Oh no, fellow EU cub. 3 a.m. Go to bed. 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 It's 2 p.m. in Bearcat Mountain time. It's getting pretty late. Anyway, let's talk about the development. I say it's 2 o'clock and I panic because I still have to stream Yakuza at 4. So I gotta speed run this. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Degenerate hours. A little. Hi Max. Hi. Welcome. Welcome. Alright. So. So development of cranial nerves. The first area of the body to respond to stimuli is going to be our mouth when you're a baby. The responsiveness is going to spread more or less in concentric rings. So then basically what's going to happen is that your face, your neck, your arms, trunk, and legs are going to successfully respond. You're going to be lurking? No problem. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you. Thank you. So the cranial nerves need for the mouth. So though we just said that, hey, the mouth is the first area to respond to stimuli, how is that going to respond? What we're going to be doing is getting the cranial nerves involved. And so the cranial nerves that we need for the mouth to help with it both sucking and swallowing are going to include the following. We have a cranial nerve, oh gosh, let me see if I can read Roman numerals again. 5. Cranial nerve 5, which is going to be trigeminal. And remember, we talked about that earlier. Tri having those 3 branches. So we have the ophthalmic, maxillary, and mandibular branches. This cranial nerve 5, the trigeminal, is going to provide sensory to the face and also provide muscles of mastication. Mastication is a really fancy word for chewing. So you're nom 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 nom. We also have your cranial nerve 7, which is our facial nerve, which is going to provide motor innervation to the face. So it can help us with facial expression. So, you know, smile and, oh no, I'm disappointed. We have cranial nerve 9. I don't know what's with this extra one, which is going to be the glossopharyngeal, which is going to be the motor muscles or provide motor innervation for the muscles to help us swallow. So if you're trying to swallow food and this cranial nerve is not working, you may have difficulty swallowing, which leads to choking, which leads to you dying, which we don't want that to happen. We also have cranial nerve 10, which is going to be our vagus nerve, that nerve that goes past the brain and basically goes into our internal organs. This also is going to help provide motor innervation to help with swallowing muscles. And then we also have cranial nerve 12, which is going to be our hypoglossal nerve, which is going to provide motor innervation to the tongue. Hypoglossal means below the tongue. Hypo, below, glossal, tongue. But yeah. So basically, it helps move your tongue. Yeah. Oh wait, Love Night says, now I got something to do in 5 hours, so if I sleep now, I'm dead because of cold weather? I would take the risk. If you really need to wake up right, your body will. Unless it's for work, then, well, Sora says, what is it on right now? I glanced and I thought it was a weird knee. Oh, that's your brain. Well, kind of. It's the brain. Brain. Look, here's the midbrain, here are the pons, and here's the my mouse. Here's the medulla, here are the pons, and here's, sorry, I thought I had to like sneeze or hiccup. And here's the midbrain. Madame, thank you so much, I appreciate you. Oh, by the way, not sure if I said this before, but you're adorable. Thank you. But if you are retiring your voice, thank you. I'm only this cute because of Terry, so I appreciate you. Thank you. It's the brainy. Oh, I wouldn't refer to it as that. It's my brain. Put it back. We need it for science. Please let me lightly borrow just a little bit longer, okay? So let's talk about this a little bit more, okay? So, development of cranial nerves. So, pretty much all the above cranial nerves that we just talked about must be functional so that the fetus can make its first motor response, which is an oral primitive avoidance reflex. So, what does that mean? So, when the mouth is stimulated, the fetus is going to turn his head and squint his eyes. Later, the arms and legs are going to be involved in that reflex. This reflex is normal in the fetal development, but abnormal after birth. As the avoidance reflex fades, the fetus begins to suck usually on his hand and then swallow. So the newborn has learned sucking, swallowing, and oral exploration. The development of the cranial nerves is thought to then occur in cranial nerve 2, 3, 4, and 6 for visual development. So, optic is for the optic nerve, which is going to help you with vision. Ocular motor, which is cranial nerve 3, which is going to help your eyes move up, down, left, right. Cranial nerve 4, to your trochlear, which is also going to help your eyes move in certain direction. And cranial nerve 6, which is your abducens, which is also going to help with a certain direction for your eye movement. Then we also have cranial nerve 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, it's cranial nerve 8. Vestibular cochlear, hearing, and then followed by cranial nerve 1, which is going to be your olfactory or your sense of smell. These are tiny images, we don't really need to know it. I just thought they were funny and cute that basically babies have these different reflexes. I didn't know they had a snout reflex. I know they had the sucking reflex, and I know they had the grasp reflex. So basically, if you put something in a baby's hand, they will grab it. What's 8 again? Face field. I said vestibular cochlear, but I might be wrong. I if I write it down, I know it, but no, it is! Yay! Vestibular cochlear is gonna be your cranial nerve 8, and so that's again gonna help. What do you call it? It helps with balance. It helps with hearing. I feel like it helps with something else. My brain is not there. I'm like hearing and balance. That's all I got. And then we also have stage 5, by the way. So stage 5 is going to now be our last stage, and this is kind of where I got last in the notes. So, so stage 5 is going to be synaptogenesis. So this is going to be the connection between the nerve cells and the muscle cells. So with this, let me see. Once an axon has reached its target, the synapse must be formed. At the neuromuscular junction, the arrested growth cone begins to develop synaptic vesicles, which contains neurotransmitters. Then postsynaptic myocyte membrane and presynaptic membrane thickens and specialize for the release and reception of neurotransmitters. Basically, synaptogenesis. We're preparing for the release and reception of neurotransmitters. Bam, done, bam, done. It has fingers? It looks like that, right? Hi, Grandma. Hi. Welcome. Electric fingers. Oh, scary. So, development and change of synapses occur throughout life. So, synaptogenesis in particular is going to correlate strongly with the changes in the pattern or transfer of information within the nervous system. Therefore, it's correlated with all types of permanent learning, which we'll talk about much later. This is more of just an introduction of being like, hey, what the heck is this? And it's like, oh, this is how we do this. And it's like, oh, I guess. But basically, this is going to help us with learning and pretty much the process involved in growth and neural processes. And synaptogenesis are the basis for neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is basically how we adapt in learning certain stuff. How we're able to move, how we're able to walk, how we learn a specific task or action, I suppose. And then this is the last thing I have before I get back into studying again. So we have an overview of growth, and it basically says how we grow as from a fetus and then having our brain develop, how that goes from the years. And I didn't actually get what BW was, so I'm not sure. This is just the introduction. That's how I feel. This is just week 1. This is everything I'm supposed to basically know, so I can know it and apply it for future lessons. But it is just so stupidly long. I am on slide 28 out of 112. I am not okay. But I definitely did get to double, which is great, you know? So most of the cell's proliferation of neuroblast is complete by birth. What accounts for continued growth of brain is the glial cells which continue to grow and serve many important functions such as myelinating the brain, and in addition many connections. But wait, there's more. There is more. There's too much more. Thankfully, I just wanted to see. Let me see. So I have 10 more slides before I get to the end of the first part. But everything else is gonna absolutely be stinky, and that's so. It's not fun. It's not fun, but we'll definitely try to get to it. My goal right now is basically to try to see if I could get to the end of this section, and if I could start the second section, cool, great, love it, big fan. But if I'm not, then I don't know. I feel like because it is a lot, part of me is like, do I skip Yakuza? Do I not stream it today? Or do I try to delay it? I don't know. Your eyesight's gone? Your cranial nerve too is affected? I'm sorry. Please go see a doctor. I'm not a doctor. I'm not trying to be a doctor either. If you're losing vision, please go to the ER. But anyway, I will politely BRB so I can have the stand-up stretch break so no blood clots get into me. We will go for our 45-minute study session. Let's see what I can do, and then we'll review. In 45 minutes, it'd be a little over 3 o'clock. Huh? Angry about owls? Oh no! Thank you so very much for the follow, Gal Gal. I'm so sorry I have sounds off. I'm so sorry, but thank you so very much for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. So, yes, I'll politely BRB. We'll go back to our study session where I basically become a Pomodoro timer. And then we'll kind of go from there. I'll probably take a poll, to be honest, or I could probably do the poll now. Yeah, I guess. About whether I should just continue studying or should I just give up on my life and play Yakuza. I do want to play it. I really do. But I'm also like, if I could get halfway in 45 minutes or before I am, please go to bed. Hi, Alps. Hi. Thanks. This was interesting. Oh, no problem. If you were looking, I appreciate it. Thank you. But yeah. Huh? Hey, who said to give up on life? I'm sorry. Give up on my student life. No means no. Hi, K-Dog. Hi. I was just... Okay, here. I was just talking about this poll, okay? Which I will put for 10 minutes. Keep studying. After 45 minutes? Or Yakuza. Study. Baby smooth brain. Hydrate? I gotcha. I'm so dehydrated right now. Study. Have a break. There you go. Pull. I'll hydrate in my break, I promise. Make sure not to overdo it and get the neurons grilled. I want it to be tasty. I want to eat my neurons. The smoother the brain, the better. No, we learned about smooth brain. It's not better. It's not better. It's been deep fried for me. Same. No, my headphones. I keep forgetting. I promise when I'm in the middle. Thank you for the headphones, though. Thank you. Feed those neurons with knowledge. I don't want to anymore. Kira? Hi! Hi! Let me give you a hecking shout out. One moment. Let's see. Dun. You studying psychology? I am studying the brain. I'm studying neuroscience right now. We're studying about like, oh look, you'll get dyslexia if your neural tubes don't develop, which is really your spinal cord, which really means that the cells that are producing the cell proliferation and all this, if it doesn't go in the right place, you'll end up with these various disorders. But yeah. Welcome! I hope you've been super well. Head pat the wrinkly brains. I will politely, gently touch the brain. Speaking of touching brains, so I told you guys about my experience with cadavers, right? Get ready for me holding a brain. So for this neuroscience course, I have to also dissect brains. So, yay! Yay! I'm gonna be a brain anatomy expert. Yay! Oh, thank you. Absolutely no problem. I will have a break. I promise. I'm gonna have a stretch break and a chug water break. I get to see Tippy smile and laugh and is enjoying the brain. That's my brain doing that. But no, honestly. Oh my goodness. Hi. No, this is not the pinky in the brain. What a throwback. Anatomy, physiology, yay. Yay! I love learning. I love being a graduate student. I love the choices I've made so far in my life. No, I do. Studying is actually really fun. I just think studying for a grade and having your life depend on it, not so fun, but I understand the reason. You don't really want an expert in something, and then they're like, yeah, I failed anatomy. And I think, teaching anatomy, or at least talking about anatomy, is fun because it's, excuse my English, applicable? Yes, I said it right. Let's go. It's like, oh, we all have a human body. We all have a brain for the most part. Whose brain? The kind person who donated their body. Good brain facts, thank you. Oh. At least you don't have to lay out the nervous system as a whole. Sometimes I feel like I have to, though. Hey, at least it's in the medical field. So true, bestie. I don't know. I've seen other people do study streams, and I feel like there's only two extremes for study streams. It's either that they're studying anatomy, or sorry, there's three. Sorry, let me step back. It's anatomy, it's language, or it's some kind of coding. Every time I go into a study stream, it's one of those three. So I'm just like, wow, amazing. But yeah, I would not like to lay out the whole nervous system. You are a smarticle particle? BRB crying, BRB printing that comment, BRB putting it on my board. Self-esteem board. One of my cubs, a cute VTuber, told me I was a smarticle particle. I will never forget. I love that the poll is one-sided. Poll's a little one-sided, not gonna lie. Apologies to my Yakuza fans. Apologies. I'll make a post and be like, hey, I'm gonna skip Yakuza. So that's where my brain went? No. Your brain is still within you. Still within you. You're all good. Do you have an idea where you want to focus after your basic course and get your MD? Oh, I'm already in my graduate program. I'm getting my doctorates. Teehee. I'm not getting an MD though. Teehee. I am a movement specialist. Wink. Huh? The poll's one-sided because we believe in you? BRB printing out comment, putting it on my self-esteem board. Thank you. I honestly appreciate it. I feel so bad because I don't... Realistically, I don't like letting people down. I hate having like... I hate being inconvenient. I hate saying like, yeah, I'm gonna do this one thing and then I don't. And I try to avoid that. But at the same time, I'm like, I'm actually kind of behind on studying. You would think for a girl who had like a week to herself, she would be studying better. But like I said, this is my first week of school going back. And I realized neuroscience is definitely a course that I should have been spending like Monday through Wednesday on. And then my baby other courses like biophysical agents and like imaging should have not been the first ones. But now I know, and if I could get this, if I could at least get halfway or get through at least like maybe the second and even possibly the third part, I will cry. Politely cries. The hardest part is time management. It is, and it doesn't help because I'm in a hybrid. Here's my life story, Cubs. It doesn't help that I'm in like a hybrid program. So it's like, yeah, you can work too. So I do tend to work. Unemployed right now, but I am planning to get a job after I get my background approved, which by the way, Cubs, I got a little worried because at first I'm like, maybe this job is fake, and I gave my social security to someone because they didn't respond in a day. Turns out I did the paperwork wrong, and they're so picky, so picky because it's a government job, and they're like, yeah, we need a wet signature, so I have to like physically like write it instead of like type it up or put it onto like a tablet. So it's kind of like, oh, it's kind of stinky. But they got back to me with like a long list of things I did wrong, which I was like, I'll do that later. Wet signature, yeah, that's what they call it. Getting doctors but not a doctor. It's like me going, A and B, huh? Oh, wait, what? Hybrid programs are usually rough. They are a little bit. So here's my life history again, Cubs. I did go from a residential program to a hybrid program, and I still really like the residential program. Obviously, I can't work, but it was basically like an 8 to 5, and that was just really something that I could have appreciated. And then, I study until like what, 7, 8? And then, that's basically my day, and then on the weekend I try to be free. Hybrid, I feel like I'm free anytime when I'm not working or streaming. And then whatever weekends I have to go up to class. So I'm like, time. And like today I really want to wake up super early. I was just like, oh, I'm going to wake up at 6. Your girl woke up at 9:30. Well, technically I woke up at 4. I posted this on the Discord. I was like, yeah, I had a dream I was playing Elden Ring. And I got so excited that I could get a cat spirit, and there was this like rare item where it's like you could summon 2 cat spirits, and I'm like, oh my gosh. And that excitement woke me up at 4 a.m. and your girl was not gonna wake up at 4 a.m. studying. So yeah, I definitely went back to sleep. Something business management, accounting. Oh I wish you the best of luck in that. Handshake emoji. What could be better than having a cat spirit? No, honestly, 2 cat spirits. Let's go. I don't even know if you could get cat spirits in Elden Ring. I am so new to the game. Apologies to anyone who was there yesterday. YouTube video? Let's go. Hold on. Study less, study smart? 21 million views. I'm gonna put this in my watch later. Thank you for sharing. Short summary: if you find yourself rereading the same phrase over and over, take a short break and refresh. I agree. I think that's what was happening with me yesterday. I was just absolutely miserable studying. I wasn't getting any work done, and I didn't. I got 13 slides, but with that 45-minute break I had just took, I literally, got through 14 slides. And not saying like the other 13 slides were harder, but I just kept getting distracted, and my brain is like, there's so much more funner things I could be doing than studying neuroscience right now. But it is a-okay. We'll get back to where we're going. Thank God it wasn't a Rickroll video. Yeah, I was afraid. I'm afraid to click links sometimes, but I'm just like, no, that's a YouTube video. That's fine. And on OBS, I can hover over it, and it gives me like a brief description of it. So I'm just like, oh, cute. But yeah, no, I'll definitely check that out. Thank you. Okay, I know I said I was gonna take a break. I am taking a break. I am taking a nice 3 to 5 minute break. I will be back. The poll ended. That means I've spent 10 minutes talking. So I will be back. I will set up a raffle, and when I come back, I am gonna do the 45-minute of just review. So it's just gonna be me in silence, and you staring at me staring at you occasionally, me muted. And I'm gonna try to see how much notes I can get back, and then we will rinse and repeat the process of trying to do this review. Thank goodness for stream endurance. Am I right? Me, oh my gosh, drove back to what, the 7-hour study stream for the finals? Oh, heck that noise. Anyway, oh, before I BRB, no, I have to BRB. I'm gonna make the post saying like Yakuza's canceled study stream forever. Anyway, I'll see you guys in a few minutes, okay? BRB. Be right back. Sky! Hi! Bye-bye! I'll be right back! Cubs, why are you gambling? Gambling doesn't lead to anything good. I thought we talked about this. Watch. It's cursed. It's cursed. I'm sorry, Cubs. Oh. That's funny. I guess. Alright, Cubs. I'm going back into it. Oh, it happened at the same time. I'm so sorry. You have to gamble it again. But congratulations, Atomic. Hi. And Jadian, hi. Welcome. Well, one? No, you gotta try again. I believe. No. I believe more. Alright. Okay. Super focus time, I think, right? Yeah. Alright, we're going back into the grind, so I will continue to blast music. I will talk in text. And then hopefully these next 45 minutes will just absolutely fly, am I right? Hopefully? Question mark? Hopefully question mark, exclamation mark. Alright, see you Cups on the other side. Thank you. Sorry, not to disturb those who are still working on stuff and whatnot. Maybe I should put the timer still. One moment, one moment. Bam. Welcome back. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I actually didn't get too much done, so I'm kind of like, oh, a little disappointed, but I like, where am I putting this? Oh wait, here. No, here. Alright, let's kind of explain what I got down. Again, it's not too much, which is really unfortunate, but oh, heck. Hello. You're partially? No. There's just a lot of information, and I ended up my Google Drive was slowing down, or my Google Docs, so I'm just like, I can't write anything. Alright, I use 10 minutes to quickly review what I went over, and then I take 5-minute break or 2-minute break. I think I also might change the music. I've noticed maybe during the second time the music was repeating, so if you notice a sudden change in music, don't mind me, but honestly, you're not. Do not even worry. Alright, so quick recap of basically what I got so far. So I was finishing up the first PowerPoint, and the first PowerPoint is, hold on. Alright, the first PowerPoint basically goes over again about our growth and developing the central nervous system, which again is our brain and spinal cord, and this was particularly talking about the brain. So remember again, the brain is divided into 3 parts: forebrain, midbrain, hindbrain. So the forebrain is basically this chunker right here in the yellow. Orange yellow right here. And what's going to happen is that the forebrain is then further divided into the telecephalon and the diencephalon. So these are secondary divisions into the 3 main divisions that the brain goes through. Again, midbrain, forebrain, hindbrain. So for this one, the 2 out of the 5 secondary subdivisions is going to be the telecephalon, which again is going to divide the brain into its hemispheres, its cortex, the white matter, the basal ganglion, and the basal forebrain nuclei. It's also going to help divide it into, again, the diencephalon, which is going to be the thalamus and hypothalamus, and we'll talk about those brain functions when we get there. In addition, because we're already still on the topic of the brain, as I feel like we've been for the past like almost 4 hours, remember we have a midbrain, and the midbrain can be seen here in this more redder area in between, and the main purpose of the midbrain is to help connect the forebrain to the hindbrain, and the hindbrain is going to be right here in the blue. The hindbrain is going to compose of the pons and the cerebellum, and together with the medulla. And then we have the brainstem, which is down here, and that's going to be the midbrain, pons, and medulla as well. The brainstem is very interesting because this is not the first time I've heard this, but saying that it is the most evolutionary, ancient part of the human brain, and it's part that mostly closely resembles the brains of a fish or a reptile, which is kind of spooky, right? Ooh, evolution. No, but this is really interesting to be like, yeah, your brain kind of looks like a fish, or oh, it kind of looks like a lizard if we dissected it and compared the two, but only the brainstem. But the brainstem is super important, because we have to understand that the brainstem is important for our most basic functions that are necessary for survival, such as our respiration, so basically our the inhalation of air and exhalation of air, our blood pressure, because if it's too high you can end up going to the hospital and have, well, we just don't want to talk about it. Don't get your blood pressure too high. Monitor your diet. No high salt. But also you have to monitor it if it's too low. Why is your blood not pumping the way it should be? And also just the heart rate in general. Recall that our normal heart rate for adults is 60 to 100. But yeah, a brain in the brain. Y'all got a brain? We do. Tamina's so sweet, such a lovely voice, and so smart. Her gray matters and I care. Thank you. Absorbing that knowledge and being ready to explain it already. I was born ready. Hopefully, I won the genetic lot. I was born ready. No anterior or posterior neural port issues with me. But But thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you, Have it. Access. Oh wait, I forgot I got recently detected ADHD and I can't concentrate good. Oh, absolutely no worries. I know there's ways to control that, but unfortunately I know that medication apparently has a national shortage, so that's really interesting. It's gonna take me more time to remember. Absolutely no worries. You're in no way obligated to remember this content. It just helps me explain it because I'm just like, what did I just write about? What did I just learn? Again, I am a visual and auditory kind of learner, so, and kinesthetic. I'm a well-rounded learner, but I do need to see it. I do want to speak it so my memory could be like, oh, remember when you spoke about it? So it's really nice. Brain stems are overrated. We kind of need our brain stems to live. Mine is 150. Go see your doctor. I'm studying pharmacy. Oh, let's go! I'm proud. I have a mutual friend who went to a pharmacy school and she just recently graduated, I think, over COVID. So I'm like, good luck to you. That is not easy. Dealing with people's medications and how particular people can be and how people's lives are in your hand, kind of stinky. Anyway, so cerebral spinal fluid. So cerebral spinal fluid, we talked about this earlier when we were talking about the ventricle system within our brain, but basically understanding that the ventricle system helps us by supporting us and helping us move the CSF fluid through. But where does CSF fluid even come from? Or sorry, cerebral spinal fluid even come from? It's going to be formed mainly by vascular tufts lying within the ventricles called the choroid plexus. The CFS is going to circulate from the lateral ventricles to the third ventricle. Then it's going to leave the ventricular system to the foramina and the fourth ventricle to percolate. What the heck is that? Around the outside surface of the brain and spinal cord. So that's interesting. Hopefully we talk about more about the anatomy later, because that's just like information that we could talk about the meningeals. Yes, maybe. We could talk about how we have these layers. You may have heard them again in your science class in either your high school or graduate, but recall the pia matter, the arachnoid matter, and the dura matter. Pad is going to be the mnemonic for the most inner layer to outer layer. I had always remember it like dap, like if you were dabbing on someone. But not dab, like dapping, but like in a medical sense. Not dabbing, but dapping, like dapper. But Pat actually makes more sense as a mnemonic, so ooh. Hi Sal, hi, welcome. It's gonna take me more time. Also, that's why I'm on nitroglycerin. Are you okay? Nitroglycerin. Your heart? Are you okay? Oh my gosh, Matt says, well, it hasn't killed me yet. It's fine. Plus, I'm much larger. Oh yeah, you are. Okay, yeah, you need more blood pumping. Your heart rate's good. I don't know if it's good for your condition, but your body's different, so it's fine. You have a plan to make a test for chat, like a Google form or something like that? I'm ready for it. Oh, I got you. I'll make a poll in just a moment, okay? Evening, listening in and absorbing what I can. You're absolutely okay. Okay, good evening to you as well. 7 minutes? Speedrun. Okay, hey look, a lizard. So the lizard is there for an actual reason. Basically, they talk about the orientation and planes because, again, when we talk about superior, inferior, anterior, posterior, it's just basically the orientation of where we are or where one part of the body is to another. We can also, these are not direct translations, but we can also say the orientation can be dorsal, ventral, rostral, and caudal. So what does this all mean? Dorsal means back, ventral means front, rostral means a top, superior, I think. I'm gonna double check that. And then caudal means towards the tailbone. So there's like a whole thing here saying like, hey, terms are relatively simple with animals because ventral means ventier, which is Latin for belly, and is always down towards the earth. Dorsal is referring to the back, kind of like the dorsal fin or dorsum. Heck, I don't know. Shark fin, basically. Dorsal is towards the sky. Rostral, Latin for beak, think of a rooster's rostrum, is towards the snout. Okay. And caudal is towards the tail. So bam! Wow, so easy. It's very easy in anatomy or animal anatomy because, oh, okay, rostral is towards the nose. And okay, this is towards the tail. I get it. Words that I know? Let's go. Other words basically of how to define it. And we also have the orientation. We have horizontal, which is going to cut us, top to bottom. Coronal, which is going to cut us front to back, and sagittal, which is going to cut us left to right. And we can have mid-sagittal, which is cutting us down the middle, not literally of course, but anatomy orientation wise, or parasagittal, which is not in the middle but think more like parallel lines that are going through your body. That's kind of what parasagittal is. And this is just really important when we're talking about neural imaging. I found some old notes which we're not going to go through. This is basically the formation of the neural tube, but more in fleshy colors, so don't weird hand me. These are old notes that I just decided to copy and paste, which is also a reason why I didn't get much done. But then we get into the new concept. So now we're going to be, I'll do a posture check in a little bit. One moment. But basically in the new chapter we talk about basic cellular and neurochemical organizations of nervous systems. So we get into stuff that I think a lot of us know, thankfully. So we know about our neurons, which again are going to be our nerve cells, which are going to compose of the cell body, which we can see here. We have the dendrites, which again is just like little branches, and we have the axon, which again is our tail. And we also have the glia cells, which are support cells, which we'll talk about a little bit later. This is just an example of another neuron of how it looks like in our bodies. Not as cute of a photo as this one, if I have to say so myself. But basically it's just saying like, hey, the neuron mainly receives inputs on the dendrites and the cell bodies to convey signals via axonal electroconduction to reach synapses, blah, 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 blah. We'll talk about that in a little bit, I promise. 3 minutes, let's go. 3 minutes, let's go. Alright. We could talk about the different versions we have of neurons in our body. So we could have unipolar. So you see one here and one branch off. Bipolar. It has 2 branches off. Pseudo-unipolar. This is really interesting because it's like, well, doesn't this look like bipolar? It does, right? Well, no, not in this case. It still only has 1 branch off it. So it's a pseudo meaning false, unipolar. And then we have multipolar. Look at all these branches coming off it. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ta-da! So that's that. This talks about synapses, but basically the most simplest way I can put it is this quick definition of, recall that synapses are going to occur. We've been talking about our neurons and such, and the synapses connect neurons into the brain to neurons to the rest of the body, and from those neurons to the muscles. So this is how we get our intention to move our arms. So if we wanted to move our arm, our fingers, our toes, our legs, our feetsies, our head, our ears, I guess, if you could do that, it all occurs because it all occurs because of synapses. Those electrical signals of like, hey, I want to move this are going to occur. That's going to communicate, and that's going to communicate to our muscle to do certain actions. And then this is where I got, as you see, it's not as colorful yet or anything like that. I got to myelin sheaths, which are basically these bad boys right here in the blue. And basically they're going to be a covering to help action potentials and help the communication go better because of how insulated it is. Sorry, there's a better saying of it. Hold on. Covers axons, allowing for speed of transmission of action potentials. Cool, yes. And then remember, throwback to, as we talked about neuron cells, we also talked about glial cells, and glial cells are going to be those support cells. So in this case, those glial cells, or the support cells for the central nervous system, is, well, one of them is going to be oligodendrocytes. That's going to help produce the myelin sheath for the central nervous system, which again is our brain and spinal cord, while in the peripheral nervous system, our glial cells there, or one of them, is going to be the Schwann cells, which is going to be responsible for creating the myelin sheath, but only in the peripheral nervous system. I got into the topic of central nervous system transmitters and how we have excitatory and inhibitory transmitters, but I didn't actually get that far, so that's all you got. And with 10 seconds left to spare, ba-bam! I feel so accomplished. Wow. What's that timer? The timer was supposed to be my 15-minute break. But I decided to speedrun my studying and only take breaks if I need to. Or like, I don't really need 15-minute breaks, thankfully. And I don't feel burnt out, thankfully. I'll feel burnt out when I'm done with the 112 slides. But right now we're at 44 out of 112. So that is super, 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 duper exciting. So let me get this over here where it needs to be. Let me move myself back here. Thank you for teaching us during your break. Thank you for listening to me ramble. No, but seriously, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Bachi. But yeah, self-physiology. The order, by the way, Kaya, I'm not a fan of it. In my residential program, we definitely learned it like more different. I understand why they're teaching us in this order, but I feel like you should have like explained what a neuron was before being like, and the brain. And it's like, what? I'm sorry about brain hurting. I'm not responsible for that. I apologize. But yeah, I think I could switch up the music. Let's see. Yeah, and switch up the music as soon as we get back. Glad I'm a mechanic because that stuff just hurts my head. I'm glad you're a mechanic because in another life I would have definitely did a trade and been like, wow, look at me. I don't know, but I really like the medical field. I think it's actually pretty interesting, so I'm grateful, you know? Alright, every cup. But let me politely BRB. I'm gonna grab more water. I'm gonna pet my cat for good luck, and we'll go into another 45-minute session if you don't mind. Rinse and repeat, baby. But for now, let me do a quick raffle, and I'll be back as soon as I can. A fellow future doctor coming, only in degree, not in not in actual practice. Incredibly so, struggling to keep up, but it's very interesting. I'm sorry. I'll try not to explain it in 15 minutes next time, but I feel like I didn't have enough content to explain anything. But thankfully, it's just like, hey, you guys know about neurons? Yeah. Yeah. I enjoy your break. Thank you so much. Enjoy the tiny baby break in the raffle as well, okay? BRB!
で待ってるからあの場所で待ってるからあの場所で待ってるから空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ星
Ah, right. Back to the grind, every cup. But we're going back. I want to go back. I don't know. I will politely go back. I'm excited to possibly reach halfway, but I want to go. You can't make me. I'm sorry about the gambling. Gambling's actually cursed right now. I saw Fair lose it all. I saw Atomic lose 100k. You know what? Gambling's not so bad. But as you see, I've lost a lot. We'll see. But thank you for the welcome backs. I appreciate it. Thank you. Alright, let's go learn about neurotransmitters and whatnot. Let's hope for the absolute best. I will see you cubs in maybe a few minutes. In a few minutes being 45. Sal, I'm sorry. You can do it? Thank you. Prince puts on my wall of self-esteem. Alright, thank you. That I will have a good study session, alright? Ali. Boop.
2-minute neuro.
is right. Hold on. Alright. Hello? Hello. Okay. I am super excited to say I am 74 slides out of 112. So we're definitely making progress. Hello, Tips. Hello, Marshall, but in voice. Hello, Ripple, but in voice. Sorry. Again, I wouldn't mind talking over the music, but I think it's just better to type, and if anyone else is using tip up Pomodoro timer, again, I don't want to be like, hey. Alright, let's get our 15 minutes in. Oh wait, the timer. Hold on. I don't know what I can explain in 15 minutes, to be completely honest with you, but there is a lot. Oh no, wait. I can't even start the timer yet. I haven't even put up the slide. I'm sorry. Fake teacher, fake teacher. Alright, one moment. Making great progress? I am actually like super, like, I'm grateful. I'm super grateful and honestly relieved. Because not that I didn't want to do this over the weekend, but I rather, you know, I don't want to see this for the first time over the weekend, you know? And then Monday, if I need a review, then, you know, I can review. But for now... Anyway, let me see. Alright. Da-da! 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 Alright, let me reset the timer. Alright, so what haven't we talked about? So the concept that we last left off on was neurotransmitters. So for neurotransmitters, what's going to happen is that you could break it down. Neurotransmitter. Neuro? Transmitters like transmitting signals. So this is going to be our body's chemical messengers, and they're going to basically be molecules used by the nervous system to transmit messages between neurons or from neurons to muscles. So they break it down to central nervous system transmitter or neurotransmitters, peripheral nervous system transmitters, and autonomic nervous system transmitters. And we'll kind of go from there. So from the central nervous system, we have excitatory, which is going to promote action potential, which is going to promote that action, and that's going to be glutamate. That's kind of the extent of what we got there. I can't tell you what else is glutamate. I can't tell you what glutamate is, other than it is a type of excitatory neurotransmitter. I'm so sorry. Week one. For the opposite, we have inhibitory, which is going to inhibit action potentials, and that's going to be GABA for the central nervous system. Really, again, to decide if something is excitatory or inhibitory, it's going to depend on the receptor that's binded to. For peripheral nervous systems, I'm sure that we have more, but these are going to be the main ones that we're going to focus on. Acetylcholine is going to be a peripheral nervous system. And for autonomic nervous system, I know, like Tippa, we were only talking about central and peripheral. Where is ANS coming from? So ANS, again, is autonomic nervous system, and that's going to be a part of our autonomic system of both like sympathetic and parasympathetic. These things, again, the rest, relax, or sorry, fight or flight, or rest and digest. Autonomic is going to be responsible for things that pretty much happen automatically. Again, our heart rate, because we don't really control our heart to pump faster or not, unless I guess you decide to run. Then of course your heart is going to keep up with the demand. Blood supply, respiratory rate, and digestion. Two main neurotransmitters for that is going to be acetylcholine and norepinephrine. So we're going to move on. So now we're going to sorry. Now we're moving on to basically more central nervous system stuff. We could talk more about gray matter and white matter. So why is the gray matter gray? Why is the white matter white? So white matter is going to be gray because of the myelinated axons it has. Gray matter is going to be gray because of the cell bodies. And then it goes more in depth with that. Most local synaptic communication between neurons in the central nervous system is going to occur in the gray matter. So a lot of cell bodies. And then axons in the white matter are going to help transmit signals over greater distances. So basically knowing what's in what, basically, why it makes them that color, and what is their purpose, basically. Does it do local communication, or does it do greater distant communication? Right? So if we did cross sections of different parts of our body, this image here has the cerebral hemispheres, so our left and right, like are you left brain or your right brain. We have the brainstem and we have the spinal cord. So as you see, it's kind of wacky, right? So this is still your white matter and your gray matter, white being, well, the lighter one, not exactly white, and gray being the darker one. So in the cerebral hemispheres, the gray matter is going to be on the cortex, while the white matter is in the inside, and the gray matter again is cell bodies, the white is going to be myelinated axons. And the spinal cord, this is going to be reversed. So our borders are no longer gray. This is all white matter right here in the spinal cord, while in the middle it's going to be gray matter. And in the brainstem, what's going to happen is that gray and white matter are found both in the inside and outside, so it's like a nice in-between. But mostly if you were to look at it from the outside surface is mostly white matter. The PowerPoint started going to these other things, I guess the anatomy of white matter. I don't know. I don't want to know. I will look at this much later, honestly. It goes on about talking about spinal cord and peripheral nervous system. So for our spinal cord and peripheral nervous system, we have 12 pairs of cranial nerves, which we talked about the OOO, to touch and feel, rare green veggies. We also have 31 pairs of spinal nerves. So the cranial nerves are going to exit from the segments, the head segments that come from the hemisphere and the brainstem, while the spinal nerves are going to arise from those segments. When we talk more about these nerves in particular, we may reference to where they came from, and basically, did they come from the front or did they come from the back? So ventral, anything that's going to come from the ventral is going to be dealing with motor innervation, or like again, our sense of movement, can also be known as efferent. Then we have the opposite, dorsal, which is coming from the back, which is sensory, and that's going to be afferent. So we talked about this when we were getting introduced to the concept of quadrae equina in the phylum Terminale, but basically understand that, hey, during development, the bony vertebrae canal, so our spine basically, increases in length much faster than our spinal cord. Therefore, that's the reason why the spinal cord ends at like L1, L2, or lumbar 1 or lumbar vertebra 2. Below the spinal canal contains a collection of nerve roots known as the cauda equina, or that horsetail that we saw, which is going to continue down to their exit points. So, arms and legs require more information than the chest and arms. Thus, we have these things called plexuses. We have the brachial plexus and we have the lumbar sacral plexus, and we talked plenty about the brachial plexus when we were back in taking gross anatomy 1. So the first time earlier last year, sorry, we were talking about like, oh, this is how you draw it out, ahaha, teehee. And because of this like extra function that we need more information in the arms and legs. Gray matter in these segments are thicker, which causes the cord to be greater in thickness, basically. Alright, we talked about the autonomic nervous system, so we're good. We could talk about our lobes. So the brain is going to be divided into 4 major lobes. So we have the frontal lobe here in blue, which is going to extend back to the central sulcus, which is right here. Then we have your temporal lobe, which is separate from the frontal lobe by the sylvian or lateral fissure, so this fissure right here. Temporal, think of like when people are like, oh, I have a headache, and they start pressing onto their temples or their side of their head. That's basically that location. We have parietal, which is going to be right here, kind of in the middle, right behind the frontal lobe, right above the temporal lobe. And then we have your occipital lobe. Occipital lobe is going to be right here in the back in yellow. This is a picture of what the brain normally looks like. This is the brain if we cut it in half, basically. But you can see the parietal occipital sulcus right here, which is going to be dividing the parietal lobe and the occipital lobe. And then we can talk about what each lobe does, basically. This says, my high school psych teacher told me to never forget the lobes, so I never did. Thank heckin' goodness. So this is just like really nice review. The lobes, the naming is really not bad, but now it's like, okay, but what does what? And it's like, oh, I don't remember. So we have primary areas and secondary areas, but for now we're gonna focus on the primary sensory and motor areas. Let me see if I can scroll a little more. No, I can't. Anyway, so for our primary motor cortex, we have the precentral gyrus, which is going to control movement in the opposite side of the body. So our primary motor cortex is going to be within our frontal lobe right here, and that's going to control movement on the opposite side? Question mark? I don't think I've heard that before. So are you saying like the left frontal lobe controls the right-sided movement? Oh. I'll take it. Alright, so that's our motor for movement. What about our sensory, our senses? For touch, for temperature, etc. That's going to be in the parietal lobe, so we see right here in the red. And it's going to be the same thing where it's apparently the opposite side of the body. So the right parietal lobe is going to control sensation on the left side. Let's see. Primary visual cortex is going to come from our occipital lobe. So right back here. That's why left-handed people are right brain and vice versa? Oh no! You're right! And that explains why they were talking about tracks later. Ah! We'll talk about tracks later and why that is a true statement. I was so confused. I'm like, why are they bringing tracks with like no background? I'm so mad. I'm so glad that heart rate is handled by the involuntary nervous system. I would forget in a heartbeat. Good one. I would also forget. I would have died a million times basically. Okay, so we got movement, we got sense, we got visual. So our last one's going to be our auditory. And our auditory cortex primarily is going to be handled by the cortex lobe right here. Temporal lobe right here off to the side. Right? This is also another like fancy picture that I like. Sorry the thing is faded out slightly. I made this slightly transparent to like match like the mood and the environment, but that also required me green screening it, so this image is green. I'm so sorry. Anyway, these are just images, yada yada yada. Oh, my favorite thing. So pretty much with the primary sensory and motor areas, they could be topographically organized, and I'll just read the slide. Adjacent areas on receptive or motor surfaces are mapped to adjacent fibers and white matter pathways and adjacent regions of the cortex. So what does that mean? Basically, our body our body is quite interesting in the sense that there's just more demands for certain things. And you would think like, oh, my leg is pretty like extreme, right? It requires a lot of innervation. According to your brain, not really. Your leg is pretty easy to move. It's kind of a stick that bends maybe and does various movements, but we get more complicated. The bigger it is in the image, the more complicated and the more I don't want to say innervation, but that's the only word coming to me, that it needs. You joined at a weird time, I'm sorry. Hi Rip, hi, welcome. This mnemonic scares me, I'm sorry. But yeah, your hands require a lot of motor innervation. There's a lot of fine movements that we do with our hands, our face, our tongue, our larynx, I guess. And if we had to put ourselves into a homunculus to give a, I guess, better, more visual understanding of this, it would be like this. So we have a sensory homunculus and a motor homunculus. Obviously we don't look like this, but this is the idea of like, hey, there's a lot of, again, sensory innervation in the hands. There's a lot of sensory innervation in the face, in the mouth, in the tongue especially. Now if we go to motor homunculus, again, a lot of motor innervation to our hands. Our fingers do a lot of intricate things. So does our mouth, our face, etc. in comparison to the rest of our body. So now that we move on from there, hi Vibus, hi, welcome. Tippa looking cute as always. I'm looking especially cute because of the lighting and the camera pan. Whoa, technology. Welcome though. Alright, we have 2 minutes. Alright, speed run. So for cell layers, this was actually a new concept. I'm not familiar with neocortex. This is the first time I've heard of it. So I don't really know what to say much about it, so I apologize. But apparently neocortex is a part of the cerebral cortex concerned with sight and hearing in mammals, and it's apparently regarded as the most recently evolved part of the cortex. So I'm like, okay, there's apparently 6 layers I need to know. And I'm kidding, I've never heard of this before, so I'm confused. So we have going from the bottom to the top, we have molecular layer, which is the main connection, dendrites, axons, and other layers. Small pyramidal layers. We have medium. We also have large right here, granular layers, and polymorphic layers. It's kind of like Tipanya. Shouldn't you explain that more? No, because I don't know it, and I'll look at it in my own time. You never heard of neocortex? Not a big fan of Crash? I've actually never played Crash, so I'm not really sure. Sorry. Sorry. I hear it most as pyramidal. Oh, thank you. Pyramidal. I'll take it. My brain is so blah. Speaking of brain, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. It's the green screen. But basically, there's this thing called Brodmann's area, and Brodmann's area is really interesting because this guy decided, hey, and we're like, what? I'm gonna map the brain into 52 different areas. Like, what? But each area is supposed to distinguish a different function that thing has, and there's a billion. I'm not gonna read this to you. I'm so sorry. I love you cubs enough not to read 52 areas to you. Okay. I don't think I had that much. Yeah, I only have these 2 sections left, so let me go ahead and explain that really quick. I actually cannot explain this. I actually pulled up a video, so I apologize if you heard that video midway, because I'm like, oh, I'll listen to it during my break. But let's get these 2 points over with. So they're talking about motor systems, and they're talking about the cortical spinal tract, but they started giving me a bunch of things and I didn't understand, so we'll watch the video together. But the reason why I did want to briefly talk about it is because you see how it's coming from the right side, but then goes to the opposite side? This kind of goes hand in hand to what we were just talking about earlier, about like, hey, this helps, even though it's on the right side, it helps with the opposite side. It helps because of the tracks, which again, hopefully we'll be explaining in that 2-minute video. They also briefly talk about upper motor neuron lesions, or not lesions, just upper motor neurons and lower motor neurons and where it's located. Hopefully that video talks about it a little bit more. And then it talks about the cerebellum again, just talking about movement in general and understanding what the cerebellum does and what does the basal ganglion do. So the cerebellum, again, it's going to be that portion in the back of your head, so right here, and that's going to be responsible for controlling balance for walking and standing, and a lot of other complex motor functions. So if you wanted to stand on one leg, if you wanted to stand on your tippy toes, that kind of helps with that coordination. Our basal ganglion, though, this kind of looks like an alien thing, so I apologize, but it's within our brain right here, this blue thing, and that's going to be helping with motor control as well as helping with motor learning, executive functions, behaviors, and emotions. Now, also they wanted to talk about the cerebellum again, but talk about cerebellar peduncles. And those are going to be structures that I have another image for that are going to connect the cerebellum to the brainstem. So let's see. This is the image, chroma keyed, and we have a superior, we have a middle, and we have an inferior. And I don't really know what it does. This basically says the superior mainly carries outputs and the middle mainly carries inputs, so we'll take it like that. Alright, let me do this really quick. Let me do this also. Has anyone coined 52 Shades of Grey Matter yet? Let's see. 52 Shades of Grey Matter. Yeah, there's a zombie winky about it. What is this? No, there's a series called iZombie. Huh? I'm sorry, Mervo. I'm sorry. It was coined. Typical? I suppose. Alright, cuz, let's see. Let me put this away really quick. Let me do this really quick. Let us learn about this corticospinal tract because I'm actually just curious, and then we can go back into everything else if you don't mind. I lost my music tab. Hello. Alright. Let's learn from this guy.
Neuroscience, where I simplistically explain neuroscience topics in 2 minutes or less.
Okay.
In this installment, I will discuss the corticospinal tract. The corticospinal tract is a major tract that carries movement-related information from the motor cortex to the spinal cord. The neurons that travel in the corticospinal tract are called upper motor neurons.
Oh.
They form connections with
Wait.
neurons.
My brain is dumb. I have to read the subtitles.
Major tract that carries movement-related information from the motor cortex to the spinal cord. The neurons that travel in the corticospinal tract are called upper motor neurons. They form connections with neurons called lower motor neurons, which carry movement-related impulses to muscle itself, causing it to contract. The upper motor neurons of the corticospinal tract leave the motor cortex and descend to the brainstem, entering the midbrain in large fiber bundles called the cerebral peduncles. The tract continues down into the medulla where the fibers form 2 bundles known as the pyramids, which create visible ridges on the exterior surface of the brainstem. At the base of the pyramids, about 90% of the fibers in the corticospinal tract decussate, or cross to the other side of the brainstem in a bundle called the pyramidal decussation. The decussating fibers will then enter the spinal cord on the opposite side of the body from where they originated as part of the lateral corticospinal tract. The other 10% of the fibers will continue into the spinal cord on the same side of the body where they originated as part of the ventral or anterior corticospinal tract and only cross over when they reach the level of the spinal cord where they will synapse on a lower motor neuron. It is thought that the lateral and anterior corticospinal tract fibers have slightly different specializations, with the lateral corticospinal tract controlling the movement of more distal muscles like those of the hands, and the anterior corticospinal tract controlling the movement of more proximal muscles like those of the trunk. Damage to the corticospinal tract can lead to a collection of symptoms known as upper motor neuron syndrome, which involves symptoms like weakness or paralysis, hyperactive reflexes, decreased motor control, and either increased or decreased muscle tone. Over time, patients may regain the ability to make crude movements, but fine finger movements like writing or typing may remain impaired, suggesting the corticospinal tract is especially important for these types of movements.
Thank you.
Welcome to...
Thank you, kind sir. Alright, back to the music. Well, I shouldn't be back to the music. I'm gonna politely BRB. I'm gonna go grab a snack. I'm hungry, but I'm almost done, so I won't eat lunch until I'm done and I'm fully... Oh, I'm 5 hours into the stream too. I don't think I'm gonna go 2 more hours. Not because I don't want to break records. I just don't. I think we're almost done. So, you know what's actually the worst part? Now that I think about it, I think there is more quotation marks. No. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's 5 more videos from them, but it looks like it's just showing like examples of like certain things. So I think we're actually good. Never mind. I thanked for no reason. I was just like, yeah, we're almost done. Yay! Going strong. Going strong. Let's see again. Yeah, 75 out of 112. That's pretty strong if I do say so myself. Here, let me make sure everything's set by the time I come back. Da-da, da-da. Okay. And then I'll move myself back here. Da-da. Thank you. I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I really want to play video game. And then we have karaoke next Friday, so it's more like Yakuza being pushed back, and I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But I'll make it up. I'll make it up, so it's okay. Alright. Politely BRB. I'm gonna go forage the kitchen. grab my snack. BRB.
かすかに響き渡る教会のチャイム、祈りを捧げ恐怖を裏切る。暗い森の中をさまよって暗絶の壁が残月になるの。透明な嵐に待ちなさい。甘い淡い蜂蜜でもっとベタベタにした。お願いいい子になるから私を承認して。風に舞う絵本のページが影になって記憶を揺らすの。ずーっとあの場所で待ってるから、空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても、鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて、花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ星の夜に。ねえね迷い込んでしまった出口のない迷路、ぼんやり口ずさむ同じ聖書、秘密の呪文ちぎるようにオルゴールが静かに歌うの。透明な嵐に待ちなずに弱く荒く噛んでもっとぐちゃぐちゃになったら、お願いいい子になるから私を承認して。絡め合って恍惚な時が重ね合ってあの日を照らすの。ずーっと私はここにいるから、曖昧な未来であって何も怖くないよ。差し出された手に触れて絡まった糸が優しくほどけた。不条理な気分で舐めてあげるから星の夜に。ねえあの森で待ってるから、あの場所で待ってるから、あの場所で待ってるから、空っぽの世界の中全てこぼれちゃっても、鮮やかにもがきながら時間を歪ませながらも見つけて、花びらがゆっくりと二人を包むよ星の夜に。ねえ
I'm back and I'm re-energized, so that's important. Ron, thank you so very much for the follow, by the way. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. I just realized, you know what I didn't have today? I didn't have my thing. That's like, hey, welcome. Man, I put this here on purpose and I didn't even have it. Boo. Hi. Man. Oh well, now I have it on, so I guess that's what matters, huh? Alright, let's politely try to see if we could get back into our 45-minute groove, and that should be our last 45-minute, maybe, hopefully. Ooh, fancy use of the welcome bubble? Yeah, right? I thought it was so neat. It's such a shame that I'm a big dummy. Right, unfortunate, but it is what it is. Alright, let's get back to it. So I got this, I got that, this is set. Cause hopefully I get to finish. I would love to finish. Not because I don't want to keep hanging out with you cubs, but gosh darn it. 5 hours! Alright. And it's 5 o'clock. Bearcat Mountain time. Keep at it. You got this? I will. Thank you so much. Alright. I will politely go. it's time. It's time to politely review what I did, and I'm pretty sure this is our last, what do you call it? 45-15 Pomodoro. So congratulations, every cup. You made it 6 hours in. I don't know how I ended up taking that long, but it's fine. It's truly whatever, honestly. So I won't even put the 15-minute timer for this one. I think we can go through this one relatively quick, but there are some videos that I would love to show you. Like, they're not long, it's just kind of showing you what they are. Posture check? Hold on. And squeeze my shoulder blades. I feel like I haven't been hunched over, but I'm definitely like or I feel like that, but that's what you get for studying so long, you know? Alright, let's get this over with. Alright, let me scoot over here. Scoot there. Perfect. Okay. So, I'm not gonna lie to you. A lot of this ended up being like track stuff, so I ended up just taking the picture and running with it. I was like, I will look at that later. That is something that I don't necessarily feel comfortable explaining the stream. So please do forgive me. But I did get the limbic system, so we can kind of go from there. And basically what we'll do is explain pretty much all like the weird wacky brain disorders you can get. So don't hurt yourself. Okay, let's get to it though. So the limbic system, there was some sources saying that's basically your consciousness, but I'm not that well versed in brain anatomy. First week, by the way. But the limbic system is pretty much right within your brain, but like if you split your brain in half and looked in, ta-da, there it is. And what's gonna happen is that it's responsible for many different functions. So we have like the regulation of emotions, memory, appetite, your autonomic nervous system, your endocrine system, so like hormones and whatnot, and olfaction, which is going to be your sense of smell. The reason why it's named the limbic system is not because of limb or our limbs, but because in Latin, limbus means the fringe or like a medial edge or something. So that's really interesting, and it's on the medial edge of the cerebral cortex. So big shrug. So some locations, Oh, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I already said that. Sorry, I was like, oh, say this. I'm like, I already said it. But yeah, that's where you can find like the hippocampal formation. Like I'm sure many of you cubs are familiar or have heard about your hippocampus. That's responsible for memory, which is why the limbic system is responsible for memory. The hippocampus, there's like a fun mnemonic like, you will never forget seeing a hippo on campus. Wow, so creative, am I right? Anyway, let's see. It has the amygdala, several nuclei in the medial thalamus, hypothalamus, basal ganglion, septic area, and brainstem, and the fornix, which we'll talk about more later. But what happens, why this is important to know, is that with the limbic system, if you have any lesions, what can happen is that you may have trouble forming new memories. You can recall something like, oh, I remember I did this when I was like 5 years old. If you had consciousness back then. I remember doing this, let's say more realistically, in like high school or middle school, or oh, I remember in 5th grade. You know, you can remember that, but any memories now, like, oh, you met Sarah before, haven't you? And I'm like, who the heck is Sarah? You just met her yesterday. Huh? It's unfortunately one of those situations. Also, with limbic dysfunctions or any kind of defects, what happens is that there can be a behavioral change, which can vary, and what also may happen is that you may have seizures, which may actually start off from fear, memory distortion such as deja vu, or you may also start having olfactory hallucinations like, oh, I smell something, oh, I smell smoke, or oh, I smell like this perfume, but there's nothing there. So we'll talk about association cortex and a little bit more into that. I'm going to talk about specific areas, but pretty much association cortex is going to be, its main purpose is to carry out higher order information processing. So we'll just and kind of go into that. So language is definitely a huge thing. So for language, we definitely use our auditory and we use our visual. So our primary auditory cortex is going to be our temporal lobe. Remember the temples, the side of our head when we're having a headache? And our occipital lobe, which is going to be our primary visual cortex, which is that lobe in the back. There are cortical connections with the bronchi and Wernicke's area. And what happens is that if there's any like lesion or deficits, you're going to end up with some type of aphasia, whether it's Wernicke's, I think that's how you say it, or bronchas. And it's going to be because they're in these areas here and here. So what does that necessarily mean? Well, let's explain how language is even like perceived in the brain. Language is usually perceived first by the auditory cortex in the superior lobe when we're listening to speech. So right now, as you hear me talk, or trying to, you're using your primary auditory cortex in that superior temporal lobe, so right here. Or by the primary visual cortex in the occipital lobe when we're reading. So when you're reading chat, it's like, oh, you're using that part of your brain. But what's going to happen is that if you have a defect or Wernicke's area, there's like a lesion or something like that, you're going to have issues with language comprehension. While with Broca's, you're going to have deficits in the production of language. So there's some videos that my course linked. So I'm going to politely try to put that up, okay? Okay, give me one moment. Let me mute the music. Oh no, Tiberius, hi, welcome. Have a great day, everyone. Good night. Good night. Thank you for stopping by. Good night. Thank you. Alright, so we're gonna pause this. We're going to increase the volume here. So this is an example of Broca's aphasia. So we just said Broca's aphasia was basically the deficit? Yeah, I suppose, in production of language. So this is the interview, and it's like, can you tell us your name?
Can you tell us your name?
Mike Caputo.
And Mike, when was your stroke?
I was 7 years ago.
Okay.
And
what did you used to do?
Worked Autodesk, seven sales, and worldwide, and very good. Yeah.
Okay. And who are you looking at over there when you turn your head?
That's my wife.
Okay. And why is she helping you to talk?
She's a speech.
So you have trouble with your speech?
Yeah.
And what's that called?
Aphasia.
All right. And so why don't you work now?
I do.
And what do you do now?
Voices of Hope aphasia.
And what is Voices of Hope?
But then it goes to 3 minutes. But pretty much the reason why I bring this video is that it's like, oh, he seemed really normal. He was talking and he was like, yeah, he could say his name and everything like that. But when he started speaking, it's like missing words, not really complete sentences. This is kind of sad. The memory is there, but the language center is struggling. Yeah, exactly. Like, he knows what he wants to say, and he's saying it in his brain, but it's not coming out, which is like really like unfortunate. So again, so that's Broca's. There was a mnemonic in the thing that's just basically like Broca's broken boca. Boca means mouth in Spanish. So basically it's a mnemonic to say, hey, they're having trouble with the production of their language. They're not able to talk right. So what about the opposite? What about Wernicke's, where it's having issues with language comprehension? So I haven't heard this one. So speech is effortless, but their meaning is impaired. Oh.
Hi, Byron. How are you?
I'm happy. Are you pretty? You look good.
What are you doing today?
We stayed with the water over here at the moment and talked with the people for them over there. They're diving for them at the moment. They'll save in the moment. He'll have water very soon for him. With luck for him.
So we're on a cruise and we're about to
We
get to
will
Juneau.
store it right here and they'll save their hands right there for them.
And what were we just doing with the iPad?
Right at the moment, they don't show a darn thing.
With the iPad that we were doing. Like here?
I'd like my change for me and change hands for me. It would happen. I would talk with Donna sometimes. We're out with them. Other people are working.
So basically, his language is unfortunately, in this case, like nonsensical. He's not understanding what she's saying, so he's just basically saying what he believes he's hearing. And it's just like what we're doing with the iPad, and it's like, oh, well, we're doing this with Donna, and it's like, who's Donna? Yeah, it's incredibly fragmented, which is just, it's just really unfortunate. Here, let me go. Oh, wait, and there's another thing I have to show you. Hold on. Let me put the music back, though. Ooh. Sorry, I'm trying to find, like, right spot. Still got the pronunciation right, but while that is just disjointed, it is. It's honestly really sad. There's another thing called hemispatial neglect syndrome, which I didn't really find. Like, they gave us a video, but it's basically the idea that we asked them to draw something basically, and they ignore like the other side. So this person was told to draw a flower, and they basically was able to only draw one side of it, which is really weird, right? Like, hey, look, this person drew a pig and or dog and they're not able to draw the rest of the side. It's just kind of completely gone to them, which is like a really weird concept to me. There was a picture right here. Yeah. So if they're copying something like, hey, can you draw a clock? They're able to draw the clock, but once it gets to the left side, they're not able to draw it anymore. They were told to copy a house. They didn't complete the house on the left side. And oh, can you draw this flower? They weren't able to. And then if they were told to do like a spontaneous drawing, like, oh, do a self-portrait or something, they just completely missed like one side, which I think is absolutely insane. But yeah, I sort of get it with how specific neuron weights can get. Damage will cause massive translations, but it's only in this particular area, which I think is absolutely crazy. Just to be like, yeah, you hurt this one area of your brain, bam, your comprehension of speech is gone, or oh, you can't even speak anymore. Like, what? Super, super spooky. We'll talk about some different things. So we're going to continue with the parietal lobe. So parietal lobe, this region right here, what can happen is that the inferior side of it, you might end up with different kind of things. This is an interesting one. So you can have finger agnosia, which is the inability to identify fingers by name. So you can't say, oh, that's my pointer finger. Oh, that's my middle finger, ring finger, pinky finger, thumb. You're just not able to do it. And with that, you may also have this thing called Gerstmann syndrome, which is difficult with calculations, right and left confusion, like, I don't know my rights and lefts. It includes the finger agnosia, and there's just difficulty with written language, which I think is crazy. You can have apraxia. So what the speech people were having were a type of aphasia, but apraxia, this is in reference to motor task, and what's going to happen is that if there's damage or defect with the inferior lobe or parietal lobe, they're going to have issues doing complex motor tasks such as drawing a ball or brushing their teeth. Anything that requires more is basically a very difficult task for them. Right? So we continue on with more of the parietal lobe. So you can have spatial awareness on the non-dominant hemisphere, which is why we're seeing that video or seeing that drawing reference to being like, hey, why are they missing that complete side? Their spatial awareness for that one side is completely gone, basically. What's also really interesting is that they might have something called extinction, and it's not like just the dinosaurs or anything like that. This is where tactile stimulus or visual stimulus is perceived normally when it's presented on one side, but if it's presented on the other side, they basically neglected. So if I am a very popular example that I feel like a lot of medical professionals do is that they'll get like a small pin and like a feather, or like something like a brush or something like that. And there's different tests of what you can do, like, hey, close your eyes and see if you feel this, or how, I forgot what else they do. Heck, either way, basically the purpose for extinction or how we're going to play it out is basically if a doctor like poked you with a pin, right, on the left side, and you're like, oh, I feel that. It's like, oh, okay. And then you do it on your right side, but you don't feel that. that might be a parietal lobe issue. You might be having extinction, basically. I unfortunately am not sure of why they named it that way. I'm so sorry. So many things can happen. They can, which is scary. Alright. Oh no! Study pause, say hi! Unilateral loss of sensation? Yeah, basically. Welcome! Hi! I'm so sorry, I have my woofer butt. Let me turn that off now. Now that I moved away. Welcome. So now, moving from the parietal lobe, let's talk about the frontal lobe, which is going to be, well, in the front. So, frontal lobe is really important for, again, our voluntary movement, our expressive language, and basically helping manage that higher level of executive function. So there might be different kind of disabilities that you may have from certain lesions in the frontal lobe. So you might have frontal release signs, which kind of goes back to, you know, those reflexes we were talking about as a baby. We were talking about like the oral reflexes and what cranial nerves were involved. Well, these primary reflexes that are normal in infants can potentially be seen in adults with frontal lobe lesions, which is really interesting. And again, I'm not that well versed in baby reflexes. Come back when I took a pediatrics class. Brain compiler trying its hardest to compensate for loss of code and syntax errors. No, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm doing neuroanatomy this semester too. Here for my revision via Osmo. Let's learn off each other. Let's go. I was given 112 slides for my first week of neuroscience, or neuroanatomy, so I am not a happy camper. But thankfully, hopefully this kind of stays in my brain. Hopefully. But we're just talking about fun lesions. Haha. Anyway, preservate. I hope that's how you're saying that. So this is a different type of lesion where patients with frontal lobe lesions have particular difficulty when asked to perform a sequence of actions or to change from one activity to another. So it's like, hey, can you sit up and stand up? Can you stand up and grab this thing for me? Hey, can you do this? No, they're not going to be able to do it. And doing these tasks, they tend to preservate, meaning that they repeat a single action over and over without moving on to the next one. So they'll keep probably standing, basically, if I ask them to grab something. Like, hey, can you stand up and grab this? And they'll just keep standing. They'll sit, they'll stand, they'll sit, they'll stand, they'll sit, they'll stand. But it's like, please grab it. And it's like they can't. We have also oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. My speech is like 6 hours speaking, I'm sorry. Disinhibited, oh my gosh. Disinhibited. I'm not saying that right, I'm so sorry. Anyway, behaviors, which is just gonna be impaired judgment. So a tearful lack of concern about one's illness or inappropriate joking. So basically they're just not self-aware. Like, oh, this person could be dying, and you make like a joke about it, and it's like, sir, ma'am, are you okay? Oh, you have a frontal lobe lesion? I guess. We also have another thing called a bulic, which is going to be the loss or impairment of the ability to make decisions or act independently. So maybe that person's going to need a caretaker because maybe they're just unable to do certain tasks. And also another thing for frontal is going to be magnetic gait. So the feet is going to be in close contact with the floor. So we didn't talk that much in depth to the gait cycle this past semester. I apologize. So it's kind of like, huh? But when you walk, there's like this toe off, foot off kind of phase. But you can't really do that with the magnetic phase. You're not going to have a proper gait cycle if your feet are basically really close to the floor. I almost want to say maybe they meant more like in a shuffling way, but I'm not 100% sure. So for our visual stuff, so this is going to be dealing with, again, our occipital lobe and somewhat of our inferior temporal lobe. We can have these kind of lesions, and oh my gosh, these pronunciations, please forgive me. We can have prosopagnosis, which is going to be the inability to recognize faces. So if you have like a loved one, you're not going to recognize their face. They're going to be like, well, who are you, you know? Or even your mom, your dad, family members, your friends, you won't recognize them. You can have acromiatosis, oh my gosh, Pissa. Anyway, it's gonna be the inability to recognize colors, so you can't say what's red, what's blue, what's green, because you don't even know what those are anymore. There's palinopsia, which is gonna be the persistence or reappearance of the object viewed earlier. So if you ever seen the Hat Man, or you're like, oh, I swear I'm seeing this thing and it's like appearing from the corner of my eye. Basically, it's that kind of disorder. Seizures in visual association cortex can actually elaborate visual hallucinations, so that's basically no fun. Right, and I think it just goes to blood supply. Yeah, yay! And then we're basically done, because blood supply is a little bit wacky. There's no way of me explaining that. I think blood supply is one of those things where you definitely have to like look at the human body and be like, okay, and you'll be like, okay. Yeah. We are officially done. Almost 4.5 hours later, but we did it. So I'm pretty proud of us. Alright, let's get out of here, Cubs. Blood supply is basically a public transportation roadmap for humans. It is, and writing it out or trying to like simplify it, kind of stinky, to be completely honest with you. But thank you for the tip of tatas. Thank you, every cub, for dealing with me on the study stream. I hope the formatting was okay. I was a little bit worried because I'm kind of like sitting in silence for 45 minutes, but then, you know, I felt more better coming back to it, you know? I didn't feel so like weirded out talking about stuff because I at least saw it beforehand, which is more like, Tippa, why didn't you just study this beforehand? Nope. Nope. I don't know. But it is hecking gay. Let's see who we can hecking wait. There's a bugbear. Sorry. I'm just like, who's this? Who's that? Who's this? Who's that? Guys, you wanna help me pick someone? There's actually a lot of cool people today. But I need to see what this guy's just chatting about, though. Great job, you did it! I did! I'm so proud! Did you ever get your blood type checked? Nope. What's that? Don't know. I don't know her. Which is super, super unfortunate, but it truly is what it is. Alright. Let's get a poll. Let's get a poll. I meant to quiz you cubs about like, hey, were you listening? Here, what do you think the answer is? Da-da-da. So there's someone playing Elden Ring. Oh, there's someone playing Cult of the Lamb. We love that for us. And there's someone playing Sonic Riders. If SG was here, he would be like pogging out. I don't know. I don't actually know if he likes Sonic Riders or not. Thank you for the stream tip. Glad you got it done. It was a very interesting new format. I don't know about doing it in the future again. Hopefully I'll figure out what the heck I'm saying, but I had a good time. I think if I'm like completely desperate, anytime I'm trying to learn neuroscience, I will definitely do it. You need to take better notes? No, do whatever works for you, my dude, honestly. But yeah, I have a poll up, so right now we get to choose. Do you want to raid into someone playing Elden Ring? Do you want to get to raid into someone playing Cult of the Lamb? Or you want to raid into someone who's playing Sonic Riders? It is your choice. But yeah, there's actually like a good amount of cubs today. I appreciate it. Thank you so very much. I normally do other streams. I do study streams because graduate school is literally kicking my butt right now. I solely blame neuroscience at this point. But I'm playing right now Final Fantasy Reunion Crisis Core. That's not how you said the name in order, but all those jumbly words, yep, all together. I'm playing Elden Ring right now, and I'm playing Yakuza Kiwami too. Next week, hopefully, I will be back with at least Crisis Core, Elden Ring, and Friday it looks like we're gonna be doing some karaoke, so super exciting. Please be able to check out then. Most likely the times will remain the same, maybe about 4 p.m. 5 p.m. EST or Bearcat Mountain time. But yeah. So that's the Discord. On Twitter, I'll put up a pin schedule as soon as I can. And I hope you have a nice day. Thank you for stopping by the way. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then other cool socials. So I have like a YouTube. I have the TikToks. Yeah, the TikTok. If you haven't followed already, though, I finally hit my goal of over 600 on YouTube. But if you're not following, then heck, please, if you don't mind, to provide a follow. My next goal is 1,000 cubs as YouTube subscribers. So please support the dream. It's all good. It actually helps me focus too when you're studying. Plus, I love learning more about biology. Let's go, biology enthusiasts. Let's go. Oh, please enjoy your weekend. Oh, I forgot today's Friday. My friends. Yeah, I will politely have a good weekend as long as you cubs have a good weekend too. Okay? Okay. Anyway, did we get a raid message? Yeah, already? So yeah, the first one was the berry emojis. If you're not subscribed, absolutely no worries. Feel free to participate in the raid with the Gao raid with the berry emojis. And if you are subscribed, feel free to use the Tipanya with the Gao raid, okay? Okay! It looks like the poll is halfway there, but we have a clear lead on Sonic Riders, so we're gonna be raiding into Vin. They're the ones playing Sonic Riders. I've seen them a few times on my feed, but I don't think I've actually had the opportunity to raid into them. So let's hacking do it. Let's go. Alright, Sonic Woo, yeah. Bye, Devin. Thank you, everyone. Again, lots of love. Have a good weekend. Hopefully I'll see you Monday. If not, Tuesday. Ooh. Alright. Have a good one. Bye.